Good morning, good morning, and good morning. Today's date is March the 9th, 2022. The Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services is hereby called to order. A pleasant good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Today, the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services is convened to consider Bill number 34-0101, a bill which seeks to integrate the fire services with the emergency medical services. The issue of the fire and EMS integration is not new to the legislature. I have personally been involved in meetings on this topic since I was a freshman senator back in 2015. Then, as now, it remains a complex and highly charged issue. To give some perspective, this is the second time that this bill, 34-0101, have been heard in this committee, and the fourth time that this proposal has been presented to the legislature. It was submitted to the 33rd legislature by Governor Bryan on October 23rd, 2019, and heard before the Committee of the Whole in February of 2020. Governor Bryan resubmitted the proposal to the 34th legislature on November 23rd, 2020, and it was discussed in the Committee of the Whole in April of 2021. A revised proposal was sent down in July 2021, proof that this bill is clearly a work in progress. We have worked to refine the bill in ways that support parity for all parties involved. I have held meetings with all of the stakeholders, recognizing that all sides deserve to be heard. What is clear is that while we may not agree on the details of Bill 34-0101, what we all can agree on is that we are all committed to ensuring that the best quality of emergency care and services is provided to the Virgin Islands community. This means improved response time for emergency services because in an emergency, every minute matters. Before we proceed, please join me in observing a moment of silence for the people of Ukraine in honor of the lives lost and for those who continue to fight for justice against the Russian invasions. Every conflict that I've seen in my lifetime, whether Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Darfur, Afghanistan, and now Ukraine, have ripple effects all around the globe. Please continue to keep the people of Ukraine in your prayers and pray for the safe haven for all of the refugees. At this time, I'd like to ask my colleagues and also those that's participating virtually to please turn your cell phones off or on silent to avoid any interruptions. All testifiers are asked to put their devices on mute unless they're speaking at any given time. At this time, Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro absent. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Kurt A. Violet absent. Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr. Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed with reading those correspondence.
Letter dated March 9th, 2022, to the Honorable Norvell Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 3022, Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairman Francis, I will be tardy in attending today's March 9, 2022 Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services meeting due to unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused until my arrival. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Any other correspondence, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Also, can you record Senator VLA as well as Senator Soro is tardy? They'll be joining us momentarily. Madam Clerk, go ahead and read today's agenda into the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services has scheduled a hearing on Wednesday, March 9, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loretz Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the following bill. Bill number 34-000101, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 1, and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, to create a new Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to provide fire prevention services for fire suppression, services, emergency medical services, and for the protection of life and property, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health, Mr. Darrell A. George Sr., Director, Virgin Islands Fire Services, Mr. Leslie Evelyn, Fire Service Assistant Director of EMS, Mr. Clarence Stevenson, St. John Deputy Chief, VI Fire Services, Maurice James Esquire, former Policy Advisor for Justice and Public Safety, Office of the Governor, Ms. Jacqueline Grenage Payne, EMS Territorial Coordinator, St. Croix Training Officer, Mr. Melbourne Adams, President, St. Croix Firefighters Union, International Association of Firefighters, number 2832, Mr. Andrew Dorsey, President, St. Thomas Firefighters Union, International Association of Firefighters, number 2125, Jos Springett Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, and Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of Office and Management and Budget. Mr. Chairman, that is the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading and entering that agenda into the record. Also, please record the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory, the Senate President. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Madam Clerk, you also had two additional correspondence, so you could go ahead and read those into the record at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Letter dated March 9th, 2022, the Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairperson, Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI 00820. Dear Senator Francis Jr., I will be tardy for today's Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services hearing. I apologize for any inconvenience that may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. VLA, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 9th, 2022, to the Honorable Norval Francis Jr., 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Chairman Francis, this letter serves to inform you that I will be tardy to the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services meeting scheduled for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022 in the Fritz E. Loretz Conference Room in St. Croix. I just returned from the British Virgin Islands this morning, where I was participating in the International Women's Day dinner event held on March 8, 2022. Every effort will be made to get there as soon as possible to participate in the discussion. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Saro, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, those are the correspondences.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, who speaks to Bill number 34-0101?
I do.
So the President, Donna Fred Gregory, you recognize for presentation on Bill number 34-0101.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. I'm actually echoing. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. This morning, I offer Bill number 34-010 for the support and consideration of this committee. This measure was submitted by Governor Bryan in the 33rd legislature, and again in the beginning of the 34th legislature. And of course, the chair of this committee, Senator Nova Lee Francis Jr., has been working behind the scenes in our subcommittee of health and hospitals for quite some time to get to where we are today. This, as he noted earlier, this measure was discussed during Committee of the Whole and in this very committee several times. The bill in its current form addresses most, if not all, of the concerns raised during the Committee of the Whole hearings in the 33rd and the 34th legislature. I know that there have been several meetings behind the scenes with the unions, health officials, the external experts, and the fire officials, among other individuals. So this bill has been vetted and it has run its course. It's ran the gamut as it relates to the vetting of this particular measure. Bill number 34-0101 creates the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to provide fire prevention services, fire suppression services, emergency medical services, and for the protection of life and property. Our current challenges include having various responsibilities regarding fire protection and prevention, as well as emergency medical services housed under multiple departments, such as fire services, the police department, and the Department of Health, which makes it difficult to effectively execute and regulate tasks. The bill removes the responsibility of issuing rules for fire prevention from the police department, thereby establishing the field professionals make these decisions to maximize community safety. Fire prevention and fire suppression services go hand in hand, and I'm sure we will all agree that that is a true statement. And establishing an independent agency that focuses on these services seems more effective, and it allows functions to be best regulated and matches the protocols in other states and territories. There are other areas. These other areas include Washington, D.C., the Northern Mariana Islands, and New Hampshire. So what we're trying to establish here today is not new to the contiguous, and we are right in line to follow suit. I believe at the appropriate time, the chair of this committee, who has worked very hard, him and his team has worked very hard in pulling all the information together and hearing out all of the individuals and their concerns around this legislation, will bring an amendment to address the concerns that have been raised. Where we are now, I think the time is ripe for us to move forward with this legislation. While we may still have some concerns, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. As the chair noted earlier, it is critical and important that we get very focused on saving lives in the territory and understand the importance of that, and ensuring that us as leaders are able to ensure that we put together the necessary policies, law in place to ensure that we've done our part to secure the safety of lives here in the Virgin Islands. So I hope that, I know that we will see an amendment coming forward shortly as it relates to this particular measure. So I will sit back, listen to the conversation, and engage as it is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for presentation on Bill number 34-0101. At this time, Madam Clerk, please record the presence of Senator Stephen Payne. Good morning, Senator. Welcome, and thank you for joining. At this time, we'll be going to our testifiers to do a device check before we start our testimonies, and we'll start off with Ms. Maurice James. Device check.
Good morning, Senator and all.
Okay. And you're in the capacity of Ms. Attorney James?
I'm the chief testifier for this bill on behalf of Governor Bryan.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to the Director of the Virgin Islands Fire Service, Director George.
Morning, Senator. Darrell George, Director of Virgin Islands Fire Service. Good morning to everyone.
Very well, welcome. Mr. Lyle Evelyn, Fire Service Assistant Director of EMS.
Good morning, Senator, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS, VI Fire Service.
Very well. Director, do you have anyone else accompanying you this morning? I see Mr. Benton is on the line as well.
Yes, Senator, I have Training Coordinator James Bolton, Medical Director Robin Ellett, Deputy Chief of St. John, Clarence Stevenson, and I have Chief David Hodge and Fire Chief Cleber Titus of St. Croix also.
Very well, thank you. Welcome to all.
Antonio Stevens, my apologies.
Yes.
Assistant Director for Fire, Antonio Stevens.
Correction. Commissioner Encarnacion.
Good morning, Senator Francis and everyone. This is Commissioner Husna Encarnacion from the Department of Health. I also have Dr. Nicole Craig-Wilsons, my Assistant Commissioner, here with me.
Very well. Good morning and welcome. Next, we'll go to the Chief Negotiator.
Good morning, Senator, and the viewing and listening audience. Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good morning, welcome. Director of Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, OMB.
Morning, Director, welcome. President of the St. Thomas Firefighters Union, International Association of Firefighters 2125, Mr. Andre Dorsey.
Good morning to the viewing and listening public. My name is Andre Dorsey. I am the president of the Association of Firefighters and support staff, Local 2125. And Senator, I also say that my counterpart is having some technical difficulties at a company in St. Croix. So he told me to put that on record that he's having some problems with the internet and he wanted to testify. So he wanted to know if he can even testify by phone. I don't know. Trying to reach your office, he said.
Yeah, he could. He's welcome to come to the legislature on St. Croix if he's available to do that, and we'll certainly afford him that opportunity. And that is President Melbourne Adams, correct?
That is correct, but they're very short staffed, so that's probably not going to work. That's what he indicated to me.
Very well. We'll try to work out some logistics on his behalf at the appropriate time. Next, we'll go to. I see there's a representative from the Division of Personnel, Assistant Director.
Good morning, Senator. Florine Ordain Hassel, Assistant Director for the Division of Personnel on behalf of Director Cindy Richardson. Accompanying me today is Ms. Millicent Orbain, Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification.
Well, thank you. Good morning. At this time, is there anyone else that we have not called or have been identified? Very well. Thank you for all joining. Again, if you're not speaking at any given time, please go ahead and keep your device on mute so that you don't interrupt the proceedings. At this time, Ms. Maurice James, Attorney Maurice James, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Hospital and Human Services, other committee members and non-committee members in attendance, and residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Maurice James, an attorney and mediator practicing on the island of St. Croix. With me today to testify are Director Darrell George, Assistant Director Lyle Evelyn, Deputy Fire Chief Clarence Stevenson, all of the VI Fire Service, Director Jennifer O'Neill of the Office of Management and Budget, Attorney Jas Springett of the Office of Collective Bargaining, and Commissioner Hussein Kanasyung of the Department of Health. On October 18, 2021, we appeared before you with a comprehensive presentation to persuade you that the enactment of Bill number 34-0101 is necessary to save lives in the Virgin Islands. I will summarize the salient points of my presentation to you on that day. The primary purpose of Bill number 34-0101 is to provide an enhanced level of service to the Virgin Islands community by officially recognizing emergency medical service as one of the capabilities of the VI Fire Service, changing the name from the VI Fire Service to the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and providing for the addition of new positions to build the capability and capacity of the transformed agency to deliver emergency medical services effectively and efficiently. The Virgin Islands Fire Service was established within the Office of the Governor pursuant to Title III, Section 9 of the Virgin Islands Code, and its duties and responsibilities are set forth in Title 23, Chapter 7. Bill number 34-0101 amends the VI Code to add emergency medical services to the other emergency services that the Virgin Islands Fire Service provides to our community. The Governor's policy decision is that we can immediately enhance the delivery of emergency medical services to the people of the Virgin Islands through a capabilities-driven and capacity-building strategy of transferring the approximately 30 highly skilled EMS personnel from the Department of Health to the Virgin Islands Fire Service that has a workforce of about 243 personnel, capable of becoming EMS providers at all levels through appropriate training and education in emergency medical services. Doing so will increase the number of EMS providers responding to medical calls from additional deployment sites. I also sought to dispel the false narrative that firefighters are not capable to provide emergency medical services by providing historical information that the start of the modern EMS system actually began with firefighters responding to emergency medical calls. Fire department paramedics, also called fire medics, respond to all variety of emergencies, from fire suppression to vehicular accidents to hazardous incidents to childbirth to heart attacks. Every imaginable medical emergency, always rendering expert medical care in the field. The Virgin Islands' current EMS system is a third service model or public single role EMS housed within the Department of Health. It is evident that our present system can no longer adequately respond to all the requests for emergency medical services. That's why Pafford Medical Services is here. It's an EMS provider under contract with the Department of Health. When a community requires mutual aid assistance or outside resources for 14% of its EMS responses, it is operating in crisis mode. And when it does rely for 30% or more of its calls, then the community's EMS system is in failure. EMS is the public's emergency medical safety net. The effective and responsive issues, which are response times, cannot be corrected without constructing additional deployment sites for DOH EMS personnel and also increasing the number of its staff. Adding EMS delivery to fire capabilities is the next logical step because today we have fewer structural fires and more medical emergencies, which should influence our EMS system design and resource allocation. It is in the best interest of the Virgin Islands community for us to transition the existing third service private provider system to a fire-based EMS system using EMS employees who are not cross-trained as fire suppression personnel and cross-trained multi-role firefighters. The addition of emergency medical service to the VI fire service capabilities is the governor's commitment to enhancing the well-being of the public by saving lives through rapid medical intervention, on-scene care, and timely transport to medical care facilities. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate on the need for the Virgin Islands to transition to a fire-based EMS system and to assist you in making an informed decision. I welcome your questions after we have all presented from our varied disciplines and areas of expertise in support of Bill number 34-0101. I will be followed by Director Darrell George. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney James, for our presentation of your testimony. The order format will go with, next will be Darrell George, Director of VI Fire Service, and then we'll go with Mr. Evelyn, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Encarnacion, Josh Springett, Jennifer O'Neill, and then we'll wrap it up with the unions, Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Adams. At this time, Director George, you recognize.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr., other distinguished members of the Committee of Health, Hospital and Human Services, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Darrell A. George Sr., Director of the Virgin Islands Fire Service. Accompanying me today is Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director for Fire Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director of EMS Lyle Evelyn, Medical Director Dr. Robin Elliott, Territorial Training Coordinator James Bolton, St. Croix Fire Chief Cleber Titus, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief David Hodge, and St. John Deputy Chief of Operation Clarence Stevenson. We thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing on Bill number 34-0101, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, to add a unit within the Virgin Islands Fire Service for emergency medical services, and to amend the structure to be entitled Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services. Having previously provided detailed testimony on this bill and our strategic plan to transition to a fire-based EMS system, our primary aim today is to answer any questions you may have about the bill as amended and our integration implementation plan. To that end, my remarks will be brief and will serve as a summary of previous testimony. Since the creation in 1979 of the Virgin Islands Fire Service has continued to evolve, initially established as a fire department with suppression and prevention responsibilities only. It has grown into an all-hazard response agency to provide a variety of emergency response services. Formal integration of EMS delivery in the current fire service operation is a natural part of the agency evolution and will undoubtedly benefit the community. Once a fire-based EMS system is adopted, with this passage of Bill 34-0101, EMS providers and equipment will be assigned to each fire station, doubling the numbers of locations the territory EMS resources can deploy from and decrease the response time of medical emergency. Having a single response agency staff with dedicated EMS personnel and EMS-trained firefighters will allow for a tier response system, more efficient utilizing EMS resources. Providers and resources can be deployed based on the nature of the call as opposed to merely availability. The coordination of fire and EMS personnel is not new to the territory. only by expanding Bill 34-0101 and St. John Fire personnel assigned to the Coral Bay Fire Station assist with medical calls as necessary. Fire and EMS personnel responded jointly to a medical call. While at the scene, another medical call was received and the fire service coordinated with EMS personnel to respond to the second call, transport the patient. Collaboratively, efforts like this that benefit our community are not limited to St. John. And St. Croix, EMS personnel coordinated with firefighters to move a patient immobilized by injury up to a rocky terrain of the Tide Pools Trail to the ambulance. After more than 2 years of preparation, we are confident that the territory fire and EMS can be successfully integrated. The fire service is already for the addition of EMS units. Our facilities can accommodate EMS personnel and equipment and have already begun procuring smaller vehicles that can be used for medical response. 2 rescue vehicles were recently received, and 4 quick response vehicles are expected to arrive in June of this year. To the extent possible, we have completed organizational changing, hiring necessary support, full-scale EMS operation. We established a fully staffed HR division, hired additional personnel for vendor payments, added the assistant director for EMS, a medical director, and a territorial training coordinator to the executive team. Moreover, fire personnel continue to train and earn EMS certification. We presently employ 25 nationally registered EMRs and 11 EMTs territory-wide. Additionally, 3 personnel are currently enrolled in an EMT course, training course. 1 firefighter is enrolled in a paramedic course, Alpha Island. With the hiring of training coordinator, we have increased our ability to provide training, a number of response disciplines, including EMS. We are presently developing a plan to provide EMS training throughout the year. The fire service and its executive branch stakeholders are poised to successfully execute the integration of fire and EMS services. And we ask for your support of Bill 34-0101. I thank you for this opportunity. Once again, my team and I await questions. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Director George. Next, we'll go to Mr. Assistant Director Evelyn. Before I do that, though, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. He's a member of this committee as well. Assistant Director Evelyn, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Norval E. Francis, Jr., Chair of Health, Hospitals, Human Services, all other members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Lyle Evelyn, Jr., Assistant Director of Emergency Medical Services with the VI Fire Service. I'm here to testify in support of Bill number 34-0101 and propose amendments to integrate emergency medical services into VI Fire Service and rename VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. We are respectfully requesting your passage of this bill. On October 18th, 2021, my testimony summarized my qualifications, roles, responsibilities, and an overview of the emergency medical services system. Today, I will focus on the EMS providers and the fire EMS response. The mechanical features of an EMS system's quality management tools, processes, and objectives remain dependent on the human factor. The VI Fire Service EMS will include 4 types of first responders from the integration of DOH EMS: EMR, EMT, Advanced EMT, and Paramedic. EMRs assist EMTs and paramedics with providing care to patients at the scene of emergencies and during transport. EMTs offer basic life support care, including performing CPR, controlling bleeding, administering automatic defibrillation, and giving oxygen support. Paramedics provide advanced life support care, including starting IVs and administering medications. All EMS personnel must follow the same national and territorial protocols applicable to their certifications and the emergencies they respond to, regardless of their job titles. These protocols will be continuously monitored and follow the same professional standards used throughout the United States. This is recognized as best practice in emergency medical services. For an EMS system to work and be efficient, there must be structure to keep processes organized. A tiered response model calls for EMS resources to be dispatched depending on the information provided by the caller. For example, currently on St. John, the VI Fire Service has a firefighter EMS provider situated at the Romeo Company Fire Station in Coral Bay. The VI Fire Service in Coral Bay supplements the Department of Health's ambulance, which is stationed at the DeCastro Clinic in Cruz Bay. When there is a medical emergency in Coral Bay, the VI Fire Service responds and provides essential medical care, including treating life-threatening injuries. The ambulance in Cruz Bay simultaneously responds to Coral Bay to retrieve and transport the patient to the receiving medical facility. The VI Fire Service will have ambulances stationed at the following locations on St. Croix: the Herbert Canigata Fire Station and the Emil Henderson Fire Station. On St. Thomas, the Omar Brown Fire Station and the George C. Scott Fire Station. On St. John, the Robert O'Connor Fire Station. The remaining fire stations on all three islands will be operated by at least one firefighter EMR responding in a quick response vehicle. The strategic placement of EMS providers and resources at the fire stations helps ensure that the response time to every crisis is suitable and optimal. As the chart below indicates, responding from multiple locations on each island decreases response times, critical in emergencies when mere minutes can significantly impact outcomes. One of the essential variables often neglected is what the public expects of EMS as a public agency or EMS provider. This is often referred to as the voice of the customer. The public expects that EMS will respond in a timely and competent manner when called. An effective emergency medical services system integrates personnel, ambulances, and equipment, communications, hospitals, and supporting organizations. The local government and various stakeholders working together can combine available resources into a more flexible operational and integrated fire-based EMS system. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Encarnacion for her testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Honorable Senator Novalee Francis Jr., Vice President of the 34th Legislature and Chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair, committee members, and all other members of the 34th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Justa Ortita Encarnacion, the Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Health. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today in support of Governor Albert Bryan's goal to integrate the operational functions of the emergency medical services into the Virgin Islands Fire Department in a manner that will efficiently transform the emergency medical services beyond what we know it to be today. Joining me is Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims. We join in collaboration with the integration team and ask for your support of Bill 34-0101, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapters 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, with a proposed amendment to integrate emergency medical services into VI Fire Services and rename it to VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. I give my solid commitment to ensuring continued partnership, support, and strict regulatory oversight of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and will continue that support after Bill 34-0101 is signed into law. In 1965, 49,000 Americans perished in motor vehicle accidents, and as a result, Congress passed President Lyndon B. Johnson's National Highway Safety Act in 1966. The goal then was to ensure that comprehensive highway safety programs were developed throughout the U.S. The goal of Governor Bryan's proposed changes to Bill 34-0101 remains the same. It's saving lives. I'm extremely proud of our Emergency Medical Services Division as they continue to support the people of the Virgin Islands. As we come closer to making the change to the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, I foresee more opportunities for collaboration and enhanced clinical learning. I also look forward to strengthening our regulatory arm with the EMS staff members who will remain to ensure VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services and private EMS businesses abide by national regulatory standards, thus increasing the number of EMS providers territory-wide, and the number of stations that houses those providers will allow easier access to emergency medical services and enhance safety practices. The higher number of providers will also ensure a reduction of overtime hours spent at work and supports one's mental and physical wellness. The VI Department of Health executive team and I would like to thank our VI DOH family for their continued dedication to the VI community. You are recognized for your tireless commitment to public health services as prevention is our focus. In conclusion, Senator Francis, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risk, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. The department will continue to work collaboratively with the members of the 34th Legislature to further improve the health of our people. We thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 34-0101 and the proposed amendments to integrate emergency medical services into the VI Fire Services and rename it to VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services. We welcome your questions. Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Encarnacion. Next, we'll go to the Chief Negotiator, Josh Springett. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr. and other members of the Committee of Health, Hospitals and Human Services, non-committee members in attendance, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Josh Springett, and I am the Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today to testify in support of Bill number 34-0101 and proposed amendments to integrate the emergency medical services into the Virgin Islands Fire Services and rename it to Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. This bill will significantly improve the Virgin Islands Fire Services and Emergency Medical Services and positively impact the community for a very long time. On October 18, 2021, I appeared before you to testify on this bill. My testimony was based on various questions and concerns raised by the unions and employees at the Virgin Islands Fire Services and the Department of Health during the many meetings held with them. In summary, the bill contains specific language to ensure that the union representation and rights and benefits of employees provided through collective bargaining agreements transfer with them. Specifically, Section 8 of the bill states, any certification or recognition of any union representing the transferred employees from the Department of Health and the Virgin Islands Fire Services shall be transferred and recognized by the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. This language lays the foundation for any actions necessary by the government and unions after the bill is passed. There will be a training division within VIF EMS. The agency will also be able to hire additional fire and EMS professionals, which may reduce overtime costs and improve the well-being of employees. On November 22nd, 2021, I met with members of this committee to provide proposed amendments to the bill. Today, I am here to continue our dialogue from the hearing in October and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Negotiator, Director of Office of Management and Budget, Director O'Neill. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr. and other members of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0101, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapters 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, to transition into a fire-based EMS model system. As mentioned in my October 18th, 2021 testimony, this integration would lower overtime costs, which in certain instances have doubled and almost tripled employee base salaries. Both fire services and EMS continue to be undermanned, resulting in the need for additional funds to cover the overtime of these agencies. Since 2015, combined overtime costs for the Virgin Islands Fire Services and the emergency medical services have totaled almost $20 million. Specifically, this breaks down as follows. VI Fire Service, $13,154,798. And EMS, $6,801,538. For EMS, when analyzing the overtime numbers of the emergency medical services, it is once again apparent that overtime costs are really high. With the $6.8 million in overtime pay for EMS, further analysis shows that certain employees have consistently taken home overtime pay in excess of $50,000 per year. This remains part of a larger issue with overtime throughout GVI and is something that must be addressed. The integration of the VI Fire EMS will be funded by the General Fund, the Emergency Services Fund, the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Fund, and grant awards. Monies collected from direct billing will be deposited into the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Fund. In closing, I ask for your support of Bill number 34-0101, an act to transition into a fire-based EMS model system, as this is our opportunity to put the U.S. Virgin Islands on a level playing field with other states and jurisdictions by establishing a cost-effective approach while providing better services for residents. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony. The team and I remain available to answer any questions that this committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director O'Neill. Mr. Dorsey, you're recognized for your testimony. Mr. Dorsey, you may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. I didn't have a written testimony. I was here to answer questions at this time.
Okay, very well. Do you know if Mr. Adams is available? Mr. Adams?
Mr. Adams was at a company in St. Croix East End Station, and he indicated to me that the internet is not working. It's in and out, it's intermitting. He wanted to participate, so he's still trying to work with somebody's office. I thought it was Senator Francis' office, to see if he can get on. He says he has a lot to say this morning, but
okay,
he's working right now. So I'm not sure if the system would allow him to be able to move someplace else, because we just don't have the manning to do that. We're very short manpower.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. What we're going to do is take a quick 2-minute break so everyone can get themselves situated, and we're going to start with a 7-round round of questioning. So the committee stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on record. Colleagues, we're going to start our first round of 7 minutes. This is the order in which we're going to go. First, Senator Blyden, then Senator Gittens, Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Payne, Senator Carrion, Senator VLA, Senator Sadu, and Senator Francis is going to wrap it up. So, Madam Clerk, can you start my time, please? And good morning again, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, central staff. Good morning to all, viewing and listening. First of all, I just want to start by saying I do support the legislation, especially since the amendments addresses most of my concerns, but I still have some questions that needs to be answered before we move forward. Just for clarification. Director George, good morning, sir.
Morning, Senator.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm blessed.
Good, good. Let me ask you, in 2019, I believe, the graduating the class, the firefighting class, I know you made a statement at a time in respect to our certification, etc. And I believe at the time, if they were supposed to be certified by April of this year, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And if they did not complete their certification, what happens to those individuals?
Well, the deal is we will have to terminate those individuals. After the last hearing that we had, several senators said if they don't pass, we need to do something with them. So I took under advisement that situation, Senator. So
you took it under advisement, and what has the decision been as a result of the advisement?
What we did, Senator, is went a little further, and we have set up a program. We bought a program to help them with the studies. It's only about 6 or 7 of them left. To help them with the studies, it's been going great. The training coordinator could speak a little more on that, the program that he brought in, to assist them to get over the hump with the tests. Can I ask Mr. Bolton to...
Please, briefly.
Mr. Bolton?
You may proceed. You need to unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic.
There we go. I was doing both. Thank you for that. Good morning, Senator. This is Jim Bolton, the Territorial Training Coordinator. Just maybe clarify a little bit further, what we did was put together a collaboration with the firefighters in group of 2019 to come up with a study plan. Part of that study plan was to offer them a online training test preparation program that was set up as a group. There's a dashboard on that group, and I have access to that dashboard so I can monitor their progress in the various topics that they would have to pass within the National Registry exam. We have all of the employees are signed on to that, and all of them are participating to get that, as much out of that tool as we possibly can give them.
President Dorsey, what is your position based on the collective bargaining agreement with the firemen and women? Mr. Dorsey?
Good morning, Senator Blyden. I was just listening to that reply from the director as it relates to, I believe that's the class of 2019, and indicated that the certification, just to give more detail, that's being referred to is not the certification in the job spec that these members came in under. When these members came in 2019, the job spec they came under was the firefighter EMT. There's no EMR, medical responder, in the system unless the government created a document outside of the union's knowledge that would be part of the system itself, but it's definitely not part of the collective bargaining agreement, and it's not part of the person who would qualify members for these different positions in the division of personnel. At least we have not received that information as a union. In our expired contract, the language is clear. It states that these members who the director is referring to, they are union members. They are due-paying union members. And I would say at the proper time, we would address that issue if, in fact, management is going to send that particular class home, because we have prior classes prior to the 2019 class that came in under the same job spec and would have had the same requirements, who also did not pass what Mr. Director George is indicating today is the medical responders. That's something new. The job spec that they came under is firefighter EMT.
Okay.
There's no medical responder that we know of officially, and we were just at the table prior to this administration coming in, and there was talk of medical responder, but it never came up in negotiations at the table. And up to now, we're still waiting to sit back down where we can have a discussion on medical responders, because medical responders are entitled to additional pay as well.
Okay.
And that hasn't happened.
Okay, Derek. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, I don't want to take up all my time, but quick question, though, because that was my next question then, because I know there were some dates that we have in terms of when you guys have met. So are you telling me you have not met? That's what you stating here on the record today? Because I'm a little confused at this point.
The unions have been trying to meet with the Office of Collective Bargaining to get a date to sit down to iron out our issues. That would be one of the items on the table. The union has a proposed dollar figure. If management wants to bring it into the loop as a service for the members to do, there would be a stipulation added to that. But to say you're just going to do it, the contract language states if you're going to make these changes to the system of fire service, the contract language is clear. There's supposed to be dialogue, which was changed in the last collective bargaining agreement. As relates to any changes, it's not about putting a memo on the board and asking individuals to sign up, which has been happening recently from management.
Okay. In closing, because my time has been called, Attorney Springett, good morning to you.
Good morning, Senator.
See, because after the last hearing we had, I thought everyone had met and all of these issues have been trashed out, because I'm for sure supporting the legislation, but I want to make sure that everyone is at the table and everything was taken care of. What's the issue in terms of meeting? They're saying that they have not met and they were not involved.
Senator, we met with the unions a number of times between 2019 and 2021 regarding the integration of these two essential services. And the unions have had an opportunity to raise their concerns, make their suggestions, participate in internal working meetings, and had copies of the draft legislation throughout the process. And we've also requested additional comments from them on that legislation. Our last meeting was held in September, just before the October meeting. And since then, we have not had any new concerns from the unions on this bill.
Okay, very well. I know there are 8 unions. How many unions have you met with?
You said 8 unions?
8.
Senator, there are 15 unions within the government. Are you referring specifically to a certain amount, certain union?
Yes,
I need
Attorney.
some clarification on your question.
Okay, very well. What I will do is I'll go to my colleagues and I'll get back with you. I neglected to include Senator Fred Gregory in the lineup. So Senator Fred Gregory, you're after Senator Payne, okay? So you're after Senator Payne. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Let me first state and remind all that I was the champion of this bill in 2013. and I still support the concept of the merger. However, we did have some concerns that we're trying to address. Now, before I go to my line of questioning, there was a discussion just now that has me a little baffled, and I still want to get some clarity on that. And that was the discussion between you, Mr. Chair, and the director as it pertains to the time frame that individuals had to meet these requirements or they may face termination. Now, at what point, Director, was this determined that if they don't meet the standards by April that they will be terminated?
We had several meetings after the last Senate hearing. We had discussions. We continue to try to meet halfway with the members, and it seemed like they wasn't trying to meet us halfway. And the decision was made by management that we will implement this training policy, and if they don't pass, we have to do something with them. And that was the decision made by management, that we'll have to make a strong decision where we're going with this.
Right. Okay. And we're saying that it seems, you know, with a bus from the seam at times. And this is why the moving of a goalpost is not good, especially in government. We continue to move the goalpost. What we should say is that those that's already in are grandfathered in, and those who are coming in from the onset will know what the requirements are, and if they don't meet the requirements to graduate certified from the academy, then of course they will not become a full-fledged fire EMS personnel. But we need to call a spade and set the line and not move it. And I think that that's where we continue to bump our heads in that aspect. Now, in the bill itself, initially I did stated that I'm losing my notes here. In October, we discussed the status of the entity creating a new entity and what's the status. Now, the administration, the executive branch, stated in October that they'll address it separately in a regulatory piece. This is on page 2. I did ask, we're creating a new entity under what status? And the drafter's notes from the legal counsel's office also had the same concern. To Attorney Maurice James, have the executive branch addressed this separately in the regulatory piece that was promised? And that's just a yes or no, or working on it?
Yes.
Yes, you have?
Yes.
Where's that regulatory piece?
Well, you're confusing me now when you say regulatory piece. Are you speaking to, when you said a new entity? You're confusing me, Senator.
You all stated to us back in October that you will address this separately in a regulatory piece. So that's why I'm describing it as a regulatory piece. But however you've addressed it, where is that document that it will be addressed separately?
If you are speaking, I'm still not certain that I understand your question, but if you're speaking to a new entity and you're speaking to what was stated in the review as notes, there is no new entity. The Virgin Islands Fire Service exists. It exists right now in Title III. What we were doing and are doing, I think there was the wrong word was used in the initial bill. So instead of a new entity, what we're saying is we're adding a new unit to the Virgin Islands Fire Service. But the reviewer spoke to the establishment of a new agency when in fact that was flawed in the reviewer's notes. If the reviewer had noticed, the fire service already existed in Title III.
Right, they did existed. However, you know that there were some very old language in there still talking about it being established under public safety. But that's not a big hiccup. Let's move on. And thank you all for the adjustment. I know you all didn't like when I stated that
1 minute.
it seems like we were politicizing this with 10 positions being politically appointed by the governor. And I see the removal in an amendment that's coming, the removal of at least 6 of those positions. Also, on page 4, we did address, we're looking for the piece where it states on line 11 and 12 that the director of the VI Fire EMS shall have the authority to close any businesses that fails to correct the violations. However, I ask that we make it clear that the fire marshal has that authority as well, or at least state that anyone working under the authority of the fire director will have this authority.
Time.
May I, Mr. Chair? Say it on the record so that I don't think...
yeah, you may conclude.
Thank
you.
you.
May conclude.
On page 6, again, line 4, the medical director shall have the authority to order hospital emergency rooms within the Virgin Islands to accept any VIA FEMS transports to require hospitals and medical providers to accept the transfer of care of a patient or patients within the specified period of time. Now, I stated before that this should be rewarded to indicate that in the event of any unforeseen event or whatever the case may be. And I don't see where that change is. Now, and again, going down in section 3 under there, the medical director shall have the authority to work directly with the governor, the commissioner of health, and other appropriate agencies to develop. Again, we're creating a recipe for disaster where we know that some employees in the mid-level, as long as they have the authority to work directly with the governor, or they claim that the governor appointed them and not the commissioner or the director of fire appointed them, then they feel like they can always usurp the authority of the head of the agency and go straight to the governor. I think that needs to be rewarded. And my concern, lastly, Mr. Chair, is the piece where they stated that the ambulance can take these patients to any healthcare facility outside of an emergency room. It's still a concern to me, and I'm wondering, have anyone from the government's side met with anyone from FHC, any urgent care centers, etc., to discuss this piece? And this is under section 6 on page 7. Have this been discussed with the affected entities?
James, you want to answer that?
That's for Attorney James or Commissioner Encarnacion.
You're referring to section 6, where it speaks to the facilities, the healthcare facilities?
Yes. where it speaks to the reimbursement and all kind of things to VA FEMS.
I'm not sure why we would meet with them. Can you?
You're not sure why you're going to meet with them? You have to meet with them because you're saying that that they can direct, that the medical director can direct the ambulance to take patients to their facilities. There should be a conversation, because we're talking about, in this section as well, we're talking about reimbursement, and if the urgent care calls for an ambulance for an uninsured person and they're unable to pay, what it appears here is that who will be billed is the urgent care. So we need to know if this was discussed with them. You can't just drop this on their laps. All ambulance transports are emergency and should be sent to an emergency room.
Correct. That's correct.
Right. So have we had the conversation with them if the medical director can arbitrarily direct the ambulance to go to Frederiksted Health Center, Eastern Medical Center or Health Clinic, whichever the name is, etc.? That's what I'm asking. Have we had the conversation with these entities?
First, I would ask that you remove the word arbitrarily, because I don't think that the medical director would do that. I believe that Dr. Elliott would like to supplement or respond to that, but that's not going to be done arbitrarily.
Okay, I think we're playing on words, Attorney James. I'm asking simply whether or not you all had the conversation with these other entities. Yes or no? I mean, respectfully, you should have a conversation with them.
And I responded respectfully, and I asked for what purpose.
Okay.
Because I'd like to know if I'm going to have a conversation with someone, I need to know exactly what I'm having a conversation about. And in your mind, you have a conversation that you would like us to have with them. So I'm just asking you what conversation. That's all.
The conversation is that an ambulance, once they pick up for transport, carries that patient to the emergency room. The only emergency room that we have in the Virgin Islands is at Wang F. Louis Hospital, at Roy Snyder Hospital, and at Myra Keating. So if we're saying that the medical director can send the ambulance to another healthcare facility, which is here on page 7, I'm saying if that is the case, that's outside of the norm. Those entities should have knowledge that this can happen based on the legislation that we are sitting here discussing for the last 9 years.
Okay, Senator Gittins, I appreciate your line of questioning, and that's why I let you go on with your.
I understand. If we could just get an answer to that, because those entities, and I'm pretty sure that you and others agree that there must be a conversation. Thank you.
So, Senator, I think the intent of that was basically if we have mass casualties and the hospital is overwhelmed, there has to be other providers that will take these folks that are injured too. So that's why I think the language was created. I might be wrong, but Dr. Elliott, you could help me out.
I think
that the language may need to be tweaked a little bit to distinguish that these will not be arbitrary moves on the part of any medical director. There's no way that you'd send one patient in an individual situation to one of the health centers. They would go to the emergency room if they're an emergency. We're not going to be transporting people as though we're taxis. We're taking emergency individuals to the emergency room. If there is a mass casualty, these health centers sort of become our auxiliary emergency rooms. And depending on their proximity to the casualty, their proximity to the hospital, we probably even dispatch doctors there. I mean, but the conversation is held at that moment, sort of by EMTALA rules. We are having a mass casualty. We need to use your facility. And at that time, these are the kinds of things that go on. Facilities send patients to the emergency room using the ambulances themselves. And so there's always a sense of cooperation when this happens. I have seen it happen before, I've been in it before, and I've never heard anybody say, oh no, we can't take your patients. We use the Department of Health clinic at one mass casualty. Our emergency rooms, all three of the ones you named, are fairly small. And so in times of mass casualty, we use all doctors on the island. And it would not be an arbitrary thing. It would be a mass casualty that needs to extend our emergency rooms.
Thank you so much for your response. And I believe the Senator just stating that the language needs to be clear in the legislation in respect to whatever situation that does arises based on what your response is. Senator Francis Halliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the testifiers. Good day to the people of this territory. My first set of questions I want to quickly ask the OMB director. In your testimony, you spoke a little bit to overtime. I want to know, has there been any calculations done as to the potential savings if overtime is all but eliminated or extendedly reduced? Do you have an idea of what kind of savings that could bring about after this merger?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for your question. No, I have not done that. We can assume that the $20 million we've spent over the last 7 years will be significantly less once there is a merger or integration, I should say, and new and additional persons are brought on board. Overtime is typically paid at a much higher rate than your normal base pay, so there will be some savings. I just don't know what that is at this point.
Okay. Well, hopefully we could get some kind of numbers so we could better understand the impact from a financial basis, what this is going to also have and the cost savings. Another aspect of this I want to touch on, and this is to the director of the fire service. Has there been any conversation with the current employees as in regards to the reduction of their overtime? Because I'm going to be real and honest. If someone has been accustomed or used to getting sometimes 50,000, I've seen with other agencies and even with officers, 100,000 more extra a year, and this has now become a part of their lifestyle. How do you deal with the impact of that with this merger and the potential reduction of overtime? Do you see an exodus of people potentially leaving? Do you see an impact on work performance because they're not getting that level of pay anymore? What kind of problems do you foresee happening, and how do you plan on tackling and handling it?
That's an excellent question, Senator, because at the beginning of our term, that was one of the things that we did our strategic hiring plan on, to reduce overtime. And it's not factored in every employee's paycheck that overtime is sustainable. They know that for a fact because of the amount of members that we have, we spread the overtime out. Everybody have an opportunity to get overtime. So one person alone don't get overtime. Right now, as we speak, there's a situation because we are short of a captain, so the captains have been rotating to fill that gap. But an impact that you're talking about with respect to the personnel, the rank and file saying that they make $50,000 and it's going to be an impact, that's a negative. I don't see that happening, Senator, because we spread the overtime out among the employees.
So if it's reduced, you not just one person, so you don't really see it really having a big impact on the department.
No,
Okay.
Senator. And as part of the strategic plan, that was mentioned to them also.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for sharing that. As you know, with the testing and some of these individuals having a new skill set, have you had conversations with them of potential increase in salary, et cetera? Because you might have one that's just, you know, we all started off at firefighters. They now have to get this additional training. Have we discussed about their salary?
Yes, that's part of the stipend that is in the collective bargaining agreement. There's some that we want to enhance. There's some that we want to introduce. But they get their stipend once they get their certification. That's automatic. HR puts in the document and they get their stipends for whatever discipline. Within the agency, you can only get 2 disciplines. That's something I want to change, because as much individuals could get more disciplines, that's more stipend that they could get on their paycheck.
Okay, so as of right now, you're saying it's only up to 2.
Yeah, you can only get 2 stipends for discipline. We met this here. That has never changed from the time I know of the fire service. When I was a union leader.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I also want to ask about when the tours were done, and even when we were here, I was here the last time, we had discussed about equipment shortages and how we would send out multiple stations to assist with issues. How do you think this is going to impact once the merger is done? Do you think that would be a plus because now it'll be additional equipment, or do you think that the differentiation between what you need with the EMS and fire service, it's still going to be a problem?
I don't see it, Senator, because it's going to be a tiered response, basically. For instance, if there's a shortage of an ambulance in the downtown area, the fire truck will respond with an EMR or EMT on it, stabilize that patient until the ambulance comes. We try over the next couple of months, as we evolve this integration, we plan to introduce more ambulance. Again, as the staff ramp up, there'll be more ambulance service. But as we go right now, we want to make sure that the individuals get the health care that they need, and is going to be provided great health care.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. As it relates to dealing with this merger, and I know the last time we talked with the rebuilding of some of these different locations through FEMA assistance, et cetera, that there would be a demarcation between space allotted for, let's say, males and females, et cetera. What I want to know with this merger, space-wise, would you guys be able to accommodate, or are you preparing, just like how we had seen plans for some of the larger buildings, is it going to be adequate once this is done? Because I want to make sure that we know this and the public also understands.
Again, great question. That's the plan. One team, one mission. Everybody will be a team. We have enough space that personnel could be spread out and feel comfortable. Adding additional 2 persons from EMS to a station, we could make that happen. The bigger stations, adding 2 more people, we could make that happen. Space for the ambulance and stuff, we work those out, moving around equipment and stuff like that. But those are small ticket items that we, as a management and the team of EMS, could address comprehensively.
Time.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you so much for your responses. I heard time call and I don't want to go over. So I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, and I will vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. And Alma Francis Heiliger, thank you very much for your line of questioning. Before we move on, I really want to quickly just go back to that issue of a notification and facilities discussion that was had earlier. I think it's critical that we're able as a government, and as we move responsible legislation forward, that there'll be some dialogue, whether we develop MOUs, MOAs in respect to what is expected, even in situations of mass casualty or extreme situations. It's critical that we do that. We cannot operate in silos as a government. We're too small, number one. We don't want the issue that when you appear at any facility that they don't know what to do or what to say or whatever. I think it's critical that we're having that discussion. So yes, perhaps there don't need to be language in the legislation, but I believe it's critical as a government that we're having discussion with all of the stakeholders, all of our medical partners, to make sure that there is a smooth transition, because this whole discussion today is about time, right? So if we're talking about time, it's critical that when we get there that everyone know what's expected and what to do, versus then having to pick up the phone and make a call that delays the process. So, I don't see it as a big issue, but there must be some dialogue. There must be a MOU, MOA in place, so that everyone knows what's expected. And it works well moving forward because, of course, we develop policies, rules, and regs that everyone will know what will happen. And when we train and tabletop these issues, of course, we have policies or regulations to support them. So I just wanted to put that on the record as we continue to contemplate and discuss that component of Section 6, which speaks to facilities expectation. At this time, we'll move.
Francis,
Yes.
Senator Francis,
Yes.
if I may.
Commissioner? Yes, ma'am.
Adding to everything that has already been said, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency by TEMA has a territorial operation plan, the TEOP, that includes all medical clinical agencies for mass casualty. So we'll refer that to Director Jashin to ensure that that communication continues.
Absolutely. I think it's critical that we're able to have that dialogue. And so next, the chair will recognize Senator Payne. You're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can understand, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, testifiers. I'll begin with Director George this morning, but before, I just would like to just interject something what one of my colleagues was speaking about briefly, as it relates to transferring patients from one facility to the other or to the next. It's the norm at Mariekeaton Clinic and St. John, where St. John's are routinely transported to Snyder Hospital as the services provided or offered at Mariekeaton are very minimal. So that's actually the norm at St. John. And to also piggyback on what one of my colleagues asked earlier, Director George, when the new firefighters sign up for the job as a firefighter, were they aware of and or told prior to applying that they would be also performing the duties of EMS as well as firefighter duties? And if they did not pass an EMS certification, they would be terminated?
Yes, Senator. Every employee that comes in had to sign for the EMT certification. Because we didn't have the EMT program in place right now, we went to the second option, the EMR program. The EMR program is a nationally certified program that is almost similar to the EMT program. Management in the collective bargaining agreement have the right to adopt new policies, which we did. The employees were notified on several occasions that we are assisting them, we're trying to work with them. For me to fire 20 individuals put me back to where I started, Senator. So I was trying to be lenient and trying to be workful with these employees. But it seems like your kindness becomes your enemy.
Director, also, we're asking the firefighters to take on additionally taxing duties that, and that being the case, Director George and Mr. Dorsey, who represents the unions, have there been any talks as it relates to salary increases and hazardous duty pay? And have those terms been agreed upon? Director George, you can take the first crack, and Mr. Dorsey, you can follow up.
No, that hasn't been done as yet. As we stated before, the chief negotiator has been negotiating with other unions. We did implement raises back in, before we came in front of September, and back pay to all the employees that we owed. The contract expired, I think, is October 1st. So they were up to step to their contract. Again, the chief negotiator could go into more details, but we did give them a proposal in July about some other issues that was there that they never addressed.
Okay, Chief Negotiator, you respond before Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, you'll be next.
Good morning, Senator. Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. Thank you for the question. Director George adequately summarized what took place. I have a number of contracts that have expired long before the AFF's contract in September of 2021, and it was only appropriate and fair to address those first. And so I've been in constant contact with the union, updating them on my status. I have received calls from them almost weekly and provided updates as I go along. So they are not forgotten. They have been in constant contact, and we communicate on a regular basis as to where I am in negotiations. I'm currently revising my calendar again because of the progress of negotiations, and I will be selecting new dates, updating my calendar and providing additional dates to unions that have expired contracts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Morning, Andre Dorsey, Union President, Firefighters and Support Staff, St. Thomas, St. John District, Local 2125. Senator, the contract states, as the director indicated, that management has a right to amend the contract. But it says in the contract, if you're going to make amendments, you're supposed to sit down and notify the union and have a discussion. That's in the contract that was changed in the last collective bargaining agreement. That has not happened. Also, the time period that we're talking about for class of 2019, that the director feels he can send them home at the end of April. They recently received a letter from the training officer indicating such a process would happen to them. I explained to the training officer that if you're going to do that, you have to be fair, because based on the VI code, which is the personnel rules and regs, you guys would be discriminating against this class versus the other classes that also came in that had similar documents they signed, and they're not being sent home at this time. So I indicated to the director, to the training officer, that that's a violation of the code. So where we stand right now, as I said before, we're not even acknowledged by the administration as it relates to these classes and if they're in the union or not in the union. And again, that section of the union was changed with the last collective bargaining agreement through the office of the chief negotiator. That language was changed, reflecting that individuals would be part of a union as they step into the department, even while they're on probation. That's in there. So.
Thank you, and also, Mr. Dorsey.
I agree, Senator, that we should take the high road and they should be grandfathered in, and then we should just move forward if we're going to do this integration. And no, Senator, we haven't gotten off of no place with hazardous duty pay. It was read into the different testimonies because I outlined it in the testimonies, but not even in the amendment from the chairman of the committee. Is there anything in the documents that relate to hazardous duty pay? Although you're putting our members directly in that circle of more hazards. Thank you.
Okay, and also, Mr. Dorsey, before you go, do you believe with passing this integration, it would actually put the unions in a disadvantage towards future negotiations with fire service and OCB?
That would definitely, Senator Andre Dorsey again, that would definitely put the unions at a disadvantage. All 8 unions would be at a disadvantage, because if you guys put it into law, basically what the management is going to throw in our face with, this is the law, and we have the right to do this and do that. But if we're able to sit down at the table, because when we go to negotiate, at least in our bargaining units, right, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, we actually negotiate for 3 different sections of our bargaining unit. So we have the classes that just came in, we have those in the middle, we have those on their way out. And the most of that experience right now is in the middle and on their way out. So we'd be at a disadvantage for sure. And we indicated that to the sitting chair of this committee, as well as to management, that we need to sit down to negotiate before you guys vote this up or down. We need to sit down. And I think the proper thing would have been today is allow us to sit down. And we did officially make a request to speak with the governor, because we haven't gotten any place with the management of fire nor the chief negotiator's office. So the chief negotiator is correct. Members have been calling. When I say members, the 2 boards, presidents, vice presidents, board members have been calling her or her office staff on a weekly basis trying to get a date. That is correct. So we'd be at a disadvantage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses. I think I heard my time was called. I'll catch the other testifiers on my second round. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne, for your line of questions. And of course, the issue of negotiation is one that continued to surface regarding this particular legislation. And, there are two separate issues. I clearly want to continue to ensure that there is a separate discussion in respect to moving this legislation forward and negotiation. The fact that the fire current contract is, in fact, expired, it's critical that you come to the table to do some negotiation. And I have also been a lobbyist for the unions to make sure that we're getting some attention with the Office of Collective Bargaining, and that's the reason why the chief negotiator have indicated that in fact she's relooking her calendar, and you'll be given a date in the future. But we can't. I would not allow for the fire service to hold this as a leverage one way or the other, and vice versa, the unions to hold this as leverage in respect to this legislation. I think it's critical that two issues remain separate and apart. But I do agree that with an expired contract, that it's critical that you be given a date and some time certain in confines with whatever other contracts is pending, because all expired contracts should be given priority as well. But certainly, I believe the chief negotiator have already committed to make sure that they're coming up with a rework of the calendar and provide a date moving forward. At this time, we'll go to the chair will recognize Senator Fred Gregory for her 7 minutes, and then we'll come back and then we'll do Senator Carrion and the remaining senators. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Senator, Mr. Chair, I am the sponsor of this legislation, so I should speak last, correct?
Very well. Yes, I thought that you, I saw a note here, but no problem. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as it's still morning, good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Here we are again, this time talking about the various amendments with regards to this proposed legislation. This merge conversation has been around for some time. And I think as we look at this, we need to look at the bigger picture and what's in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. I think it's time that we move forward with this. But clearly, as we do and as we look at what we have before us and the various amendments that have come, and as we hear recommendations and suggestions, we need to ensure that we have a bill, a proposed legislation that benefits all. A colleague, Senate President from St. Thomas, said it won't be perfect. There's no perfect bill, but we must continue to improve and move forward on it. Now, I do have a few questions that I would like to ask. First of all, let me ask the testifiers, are there any concerns with the potential changes that are being proposed with these amendments? Any negative impact to the merge that you guys have become aware of or have some concerns?
Director George, for your service. No, we as a team, I think we support it. I'll let Ms. James go a little further into it, but I think all the amendments were requested by the legislature and the executive branch choose to adhere and listen to some of the amendments. I think they were great amendments. I think it helps the bill somewhat, but I'll yield to Ms. James.
The good Maurice James. Senator, the amendments really do refine, I think, the original bill that we had. The section that really I think is impactful, and I will defer to the judgment of Senator Francis on this with respect to what he feels would be sufficient in terms of Section 8, where it speaks to the merger plan. I think that I definitely understand the rationale behind his insertion of that section, and I believe that the Department of Health and the Fire Service can in fact meet the expectations that are stated therein, where they would consult with, for example, property and procurement to do certain things. The chief negotiator would have to speak to the specific areas that I believe there's an insertion of the Office of Collective Bargaining when it comes to reporting. I don't think that that's an issue, but I don't know if the chief negotiator would see that as an issue. But overall, I definitely appreciate the intent of the senator with his amendment.
Well, thank you for your response regards to that. And that leads me to, I guess, my follow-up question. How realistic is this? And the Department of Health, I think, has, of course, a main role to play. And like you mentioned, also the Office of Collective Bargaining in fulfilling what's established here.
Remember that, Senator, sir, remember that the Department of Health and the Virgin Islands Fire Service has been working on this for the last 2 years. 2 years? 2019. 3 years, actually. We've been working on this 3 years, and they specifically, each of those entities have been really working together to make this happen. One of the things that I had stated in my presentation on October 18th was that the implementation stage can't happen until the legislation is passed. And I think Senator Francis correctly noted that you can't negotiate what doesn't exist. You can only negotiate what you have now. And so the legislation, in fact, has to go forward for us to begin the process. But I can assure you that both VI Fire Service and the Department of Health are ready to, once the legislation is passed, to begin the process to make it happen. And both of the commissioner and the director can speak to their preparedness, but I believe they are ready.
Okay.
And I could add to that, as Commissioner of Health, we already have a regulatory arm within the Department of Health. This would also add to that, so we are prepared to go forward. And as Attorney James has said, Director George and I have been working collaboratively for 3 years, so we're prepared.
And the transfer, which should take effect 180 days after enactment, that's a time frame that you all can fulfill?
Yes, I think it's a little too long, but I think we can get it done within 180 days. The team has been, I gotta give it to Commissioner Encarnacion. She stole Lyle from me, and they've been working hard on this integration. Senator Carrion and myself, Dr. Elliott, Mr. Bolton, the whole team have been collaborative. Josh, Ms. O'Neill, everybody has been collaborative. And we put a lot of work into it because we see the best interest of all the employees, no matter what people say. I think we've done an excellent job of trying to build this organization where there'll be less impact on our employees.
Thank you. Director, since I have you, do you still have the junior firefighter program? What's the status on that?
Yes, sir. It's active. We have about 70 kids in the St. Thomas, 65 to 70 kids in the St. Thomas St. John district. And in the St. Croix district, we have about 14 to 15. We don't have a place in St. Croix yet. The kids in St. Thomas are using the Omar Brown Fire Station. The bid for the junior firefighter building at St. Croix is out. to get it repaired. So that program should be back up and running shortly, better than ever. We purchased some vans so we could pick up kids and drop them in certain areas to get the program where it's supposed to be. So that program, both programs is excellent.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just wrapping up, I just need a bit of clarity. I know in section 6, where it speaks about subsection 551B about emergency ambulance service fee. There are two things there. I need some clarity on. One is it speaks that the director may establish, I guess, the fee. I just want to make sure.
Senator Carrion, you're breaking up.
I just wanted to make sure which director they're referring to, if it's the medical director or the general director of the
Senator,
agency.
you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
I guess we're having some. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
You're going in and out, Senator. You're
It's
going
going in and out. So that was, and then the last one was regards to if we're getting into the transportation business, because section 2B speaks about taking patients from other facilities, health facilities such as nursery and other units like clinics and so forth. So I was kind of wanting to find out regards to that. Thank you.
I think that question was for you, Attorney James, in respect to section 2B, where they speak about transporting patients to nurseries and other areas. If you could address that concern that have been raised by the senator.
Can you repeat, Senator, coming in Gobble and our side? Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, the question from the senator again is in respect to section 2B, which speaks to transportation.
Senator Francis, you could repeat the question.
Yeah. Well, this committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes. Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services stands in recess for 2 minutes. Let's work out this issue. The Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services is out of recess, and again, today we're discussing Bill 34-0101, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapters 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 30, 32, to create a new Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to provide fire prevention services, fire suppression services, emergency medical services, and for the protection of life and property. Before we had that difficulty, technical difficulty, Senator Carrion had a question in respect to Section 6.2b, which speaks to the term healthcare facilities, and it talks about the term healthcare facility includes but is not limited to hospitals, nursing homes, hospice, healthcare clinics, health centers, behavioral health facilities, community residence facilities, maternity centers, ambulatory surgical facilities, renal dialysis facilities, intermediate care facilities, rehabilitation facilities, urgent care facilities, and home care agencies. And just wanted a clarification in terms of whether or not, and again, his question is whether or not we are becoming a transporting unit, and why is this actually mentioned in this area. So if anyone, I don't know if Attorney James or the medical director will care to respond to his concern in respect to that. You recognize.
Good afternoon again. This is Maurice James. The language that has been used in this bill, the best word for me to describe it is that it was actually visionary and seeing into the future with respect to what the fire service, if it became, and I'm hoping it does, became Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. And it would, if the Senate in its wisdom wants to narrow healthcare facility, if it wants to narrow the ability of the medical director, as was said referred to in the previous questioning with regard to transport to federal health care. If the Senate wants to restrict and narrow what the fire service can do, I will definitely say that that's in the wisdom of the legislature. At the time that I was drafting it, I was thinking more of the expansion of what we provide presently, if in fact more firefighters became paramedics. And so it was written in that vein. But I'm seeing now, as I sit here before the legislature, that you want to narrow what they can do, and that's fine. I understand that.
Attorney James, I don't think the issue is whether or not there's a narrowing that's done here. I think what's critical is that at least what's written on paper can really work practically. So once it's on paper, we want to ensure that there'll be some conversation with these entities, whether through an MOU or by some other means, so that when the ambulance appear there, there'll be an opportunity for us to be able to collect. But more importantly, that these facilities will then be able to receive the patients, understanding that in fact there's some compromise, there's some discussion, or there's expectation based on the framework to accept them. I think because we don't want to delay. I go back to the issue of time. We don't want to delay once the ambulance arrive there. In fact, individuals then would be making phone calls or asking the question as to what to do. I think that's what happens there.
But Senator, I want to point out that the language really was drafted for, as the Commissioner of Health said, it was really drafted more for emergency situations, and also, I guess, implied in it, and I understand now that the language needs to be a little more, I guess, I can't assume that people understand the language as written,
All right.
because a medical director would not send an emergency patient to anywhere else other than an emergency room, except under emergency situations. So if we need to, as was pointed out by both you and Senator Blyden and Senator Githens, if we need to, in fact, write in language that the ability to do so only exists within emergency situations, that's what I said, it's acceptable. I realize that, as I was taught by the late Attorney Albert Sheen, that sometimes I think from A to Z, but sometimes we need to go from A to B to C to D to E for some people. And I'm learning a lesson now even more today, that we need to include that language.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you. I wouldn't belabor the issue, but again, we want to make sure that, because you and I wouldn't be around a lot of times, in these capacities when these things are done. And we just want to make sure that there is a level of smooth transition one way or the other to make sure that there is quality care in a timely fashion. So we'll move on from there. Thank you for your response there. Senator Carrion, we good? Good for now. Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Sorrow. Welcome, Senator. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. Please get the voice on. She just came from the BVI. Get the voice on. Are we still not hearing you, Senator Sorrow? Media? We still not hearing you, Senator Sorrow?
No? I'm talking.
We can hear you now, Senator. Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me. Mr. Chair, can you confirm?
Confirm. We can hear you now on this end, and I'm hoping the testifiers can as well. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, Director George, can you hear me? Can you tell me yes?
Morning, Senator. I could hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good. So my time starts now, right, Ms. Clark? Good. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon to all. And I wanted to first begin by saying happy belated International Women's Day. I had the opportunity to go to the BVI and address a room full of women on breaking the bias. So to all the women in the world that are getting up every morning and showing up in spite of anxiety and depression and everything else, I want to, thank them for their service and their mere existence. So happy International Women's Day. I do agree with a merger. I live in a remote, what would be considered a remote part of the island. And I know that in cases of a stroke or asthma attack, I know that if you did have a fire rescue or a merger, that if a firefighter was able to respond and stabilize somebody who's having a heart attack, a stroke, an asthma attack until medical assistance comes, I know that we would be able to save lives and get a better shot at life. But as we know, we're legislators and we can't go based on assumptions. We have to go based on what is in black and white. And we have been at this for quite some time. And I would hope by now that we came back with the appropriate language for us to move. I want to hone in on Mr. Dorsey this morning. Mr. Dorsey, how are you?
Morning, Senator. Afternoon, Senator. Sorry.
Good afternoon. As I was on my way here, I was listening and I wanted to spend my time on you this morning. I wanted you to clarify. I heard you in and out in transit, but if possible, can you clarify for me, how does the union contract conflict with the legislation?
Well, just for the record, Senator, the unions are not against any of the unions, the 8 unions. When we met with Senator Francis, none of the unions are against the integration. The issues that we had related to, as I said earlier, the medical responder that the director put into the system, and now he's saying April he's going to be sending these members home if they do not pass. But we have more than just the class of 2019 who have not passed the medical responder program. And it's probably like maybe a number close to maybe like 50 or so people or more that have not passed on our side, which is St. Thomas, St. John. I don't know how many on St. Croix.
Okay, so hold on a second, Mr. Dorsey. So is this a union issue?
It's not a union issue until there's an actual action where the director is going to send members home. But the government wrote a letter to a particular class, which was the last class that came in to the system. So we definitely agree with Senator Gittens. We've indicated that these members, because this is a new system, should be grandfathered in. Because the reality is, as we all know what happened in St. John, Coral Bay, we actually didn't have enough members working that day. So the main apparatus that could have showed up with an extrication equipment that can move vehicles was not on that scene. So we had 4 people working, but we had 3 vehicles. So we need the members that the director is looking to send home. We actually need them because our first operation is the firefighting and the EMS now. But either way, even if we're doing EMS, and like you just said in the West, we have moved bodies with the coroner, and we have helped move patients as recent as the last couple of weeks in the West. But we always was called in as bodies.
Hold on a second. So the issue would be that, so where the union would have an issue would be if members are sent home for not passing the test, correct?
This is a test that management came up with. Management had no discussion with the union. As the CBA says, management has the right to come up with it, whatever they want to come up with, once it's not life-threatening. But it also says in the CBA, you have to have a dialogue with the union. That language was changed in the last CBA. It's not saying management can't change things. But because it didn't do that, yes, that is a violation, but we haven't gotten there yet. And then they sent a letter to the last class saying if they don't get their act together by the end of next month, the director said he's going to fire them. We indicated to the director, if you're going to do that, then you have a whole lot of other people to fire because you would be discriminating against that class. But we are lacking personnel. We are lacking personnel.
Let me switch to Director George. Who came up with the test? What's your which association did you use? What standards?
Senator Saro, the test is a national registry test like they give for the EMT. This ain't Darrell George test or the fire service test.
Hold on. Mr. George, you speaking to me, you're not responding to another testifier. I am simply asking you who came up with the test, and you just answered me that it's a national registry. I am not asking you to respond to the union president. Please don't waste my time doing that. So it's a national registry test, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I heard earlier that you said there's an online course that you're looking into?
No, it's already established, Senator. We're helping the employees with the tests and helping them out to how to practice the test. Yes, we have purchased that, Senator.
Okay, so that's something that's happening now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does the firefighter presently, how does he complete the practical piece? The hands-on component? How does the online... Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Finish your train of thought.
The question would be, how does this online course that you're doing now, how is the hands-on component being fulfilled?
They did the hands-on before, and now they have to take the national registry portion. While they were in class, firefighters? It's about 7.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was answering your question. It's about 7, Senator.
Time?
About 70 that,
Seven.
about 70 that did.
Seven.
Or 7 that's, Mr. Chair, can I just follow up with one more question, please?
Yes, Senator, you may wrap up.
Or finishes? Okay, so you said 7 people are doing an online course now.
Yes, Senator.
And how many firefighters total failed the test?
There's 10 that pass. There's this last 7 to finish. That's how we wait now in this last 7. It was 21 individuals. Out of the 21, there's only 7 left to complete the EMR program, Senator.
Okay, and just the last follow-up. So what do you do with the other firefighters that did not pass the national registry test or did not take the test? Are we going to mandate the entire fire department take the test?
So this is how the process works. We came in, these classes that came in before, from 2013, there was a law in the books. They was not given the tests or the training during their training period under the last administration. So they graduated from the fire class and went straight online. That's what happened with those last couple classes. So when we came in, we mandated with the integration, we started the process of the EMT program, but because we ran into some technical issues, we went to the EMR program, which we got the support of some trainers, and that's how it came about that we started the EMR program, which is a national certified program. After you finish this program, you could go to the EMT program, Senator.
Okay, my time has been exhausted. I don't know if we're going to have a second round, but I'd like to follow up in the second round if we do have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for your latitude. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator. There will be a second round, but did you have a follow-up in respect to your line of question at this point?
I had quite a few, so I'll wait until the second round. Thank you.
No problem. So before we go on to the next senator, which I think will be Senator Fred Gregory, I wanted to get back again to Mr. Dorsey in respect to the integration. And obviously the integration is already in process, correct? All we're doing now is making it formal.
Yes, Senator. It sounds that way today.
I'm saying it's already in process based on what's happening right now. We have ambulance stationed at the various stations and operating out of the the Frederiksted station, for example, out of Cotton Valley. So it's already in process. I wanted to ask you, how have that worked out? And do you support? Is your membership in support of that integration?
Yes, Senator. The short answer is yes and yes. But I would say this, Senator. You didn't need an integration bill to put an ambulance at a fire station. The governor has that authority under law. He could assign those with the stroke of a pen or a directive to the agency heads. And those additional dollars that you've been spending in fire would have been more utilized to hire more personnel so that we can have the personnel to do what we're mandated to do as well. So we could have still continued to do the integration we were doing in fire prior to this bill came up. But of course, we don't control how the government spends its money, its financial resources, or utilizes its personnel resources. So you didn't need an integration bill to do it. That's the reality of the situation.
And Mr. Dorsey as well, I think Mr. Adams have also joined us. In respect, I heard you mention on the questioning about the hazardous duty pay. Can you expand again what you were saying in regards to hazardous duty pay?
Yes, Senator. Assistant Director Evelyn is coming over from EMS, from the Department of Health. Assistant Director Evelyn used to be a union leader. He and I used to work together, go out on calls in the community of St. John, Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. We used to work side by side. So when Mr. Evelyn came over, we just assumed at that point, bad on us, that he was bringing that forward as one of the recommendations. Early on, he had talked about it, but it never came to pen and paper. So we were happy and excited that we were going to be working together closely now and now getting paid for the work we already been doing. As Mr. Evelyn can tell you, fire's already been doing medical calls. And then when Mr. Jim Bolton came, Mr. Jim Bolton comes from a system in the States where hazardous duty pay is just part of what they do. So we just figured we were getting 2 bites at the apple, and up to now we didn't get it. So that's why we came to you, Senator, and your committee to recommend, and we gave the proposal. It's not part of this package today in any aspect of it, but we gave a document to include hazardous duty pay because now our members are in harm's way of what it is we have to do. We are doing a lot of other things that we have not been doing. We don't mind the work, but we feel like if we're in the hot zone, we should get that pay. Even if we're assisting a trained EMT, member of the firehouse, how it's going to look in the future, I can't throw something to the EMT. I have to hand it to them. It's the same on the fire ground. There's no running on the ground. It's just walking. So it's the same situation. The difference with this, when you're running a hose and you're using a hose, even if you're in a contained confinement, yes, it's hazardous, but in this case, you're right up on top of the people. And this is something definitely new. So, and there's been calls, Senator, just so you know for the record, especially during the COVID, where EMS people have gone to come back in and contaminate the firehouse. These things have happened, and it's not on purpose. It's just part of where we're at. So it just shows the level of exposures that we have within the facilities. So yes, we gave a proposal for the hazardous duty pay. It definitely should be part of this, and we all should be on the same page with that. But I'm not sure why it didn't make it to today's as an amendment. And just the last part, Senator, since this is going to be a new system now, and to be fair, as the director just said, from 2013, the rules changed for members coming in. We were only talking about one class today, but there are several classes territory-wide that would fall under that new mandate from 2013 since this last administration and this administration has been in. So we just want to be fair. And I think the right thing to do is for somebody to bring an amendment and grandfather everybody in, because at the end of the day, as Attorney James has said, everybody's not going to be at the level of an EMT, but at the same time, the business that we in, we need bodies because our business is about endurance. So we need the bodies, we need the hands.
Okay.
And you have seen the fires in St. Croix.
Thank
you. Heard about the relevance in St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
In terms of major fires.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Adams, you on the line? President Adams? All right, before we go to Senator Fred Gregory.
Senator Francis.
Yes?
Senator Francis, may I? It's important for me to say something.
Go right ahead.
I don't want to encourage the conversation in regards to grandfathering those that have not passed the test, simply because it goes back to many conversations about it being a national standard. And if we do so, that means we decrease the skill set and the knowledge base that's necessary to advance from EMR to EMT to paramedic and thus far. So we may have another solution to that I'm sure can be discussed, but grandfathering, because it did not pass a test, causes a concern to the community as well.
Very well. We'll do you want to talk about the solution now, or that is something that you'll like to take offline?
Offline, sir.
Very well. Yeah. So again, this bill, as we continue to move the bill through, we have another opportunity to be further amended, if necessary, in Rules Committee once it comes out of the this Committee of Jurisdiction, as well as up to session. It could still very well be amended. Director, I wanted to ask you something a little bit off subject today in regards to training. And how is it that you're involving, maximizing the manpower by our rescues, St. Thomas Rescue and St. Croix Rescue? I'm very concerned, coming from that entity myself over the years. What is the collaboration that's occurring right now in respect to training, the sharing of equipment, and working collectively and collaboratively? What is going on with the rescues be it St. Croix, St. Thomas, or St. John Rescue?
Great question, Senator. Just recently, there was an article in the newspaper about St. John Rescue. We had a collaborative training, an integrated training with the rescues. We're about to do one in April or May with St. Thomas Rescue, and then sometime down the line with St. Croix Rescue. But we have been communicating. We also have a MOU that we're trying to finalize with the rescue groups. So if there's a disaster or any other situation that happens, and they use manpower and resources, that they will get it reimbursed from FEMA or any federal entity. We're continuing dialogue on that. I'll leave Jim go into a little more, Mr. Bolton go into a little more details of some of the collaborations that we've been doing. Mr. Bolton?
Good afternoon, James Bolton, Territorial Training Coordinator. Yeah, we've been talking with all the various stakeholders in emergency response ever since I've been here. Some specific examples in St. John that the director just mentioned. We used St. John Rescue's equipment and building for the training because it was a very convenient location. And we had 5 folks from St. John Rescue participating in that. At that time, there was discussion brought up by members of St. John Rescue that they wanted to look at pairing their equipment to be the same as ours. So when we do respond, when we respond together, we'll be familiar with each other's equipment. And that's been demonstrated through some of the rope equipment they've purchased, as well as the vehicle extrication gear for that. St. Thomas Rescue, again, I've known some of those folks long before I took a full-time position here. And I say with all humility, they've been very kind and have been very embracing to the excitement of us working together in the future. And I'm excited to work with them as well, like we have in the past. And then the same is similar with St. Croix. I know their numbers are down, but when I go over there, every time I go and do trainings, I'm always interacting with St. Croix Rescue. Additionally, I've done some training for Vitima, the Port Authority as well. And I'm going to be collaborating with the Port Authority fire chiefs on some more training, specifically over on St. Croix. And then also, like I said, with waste management, I provided some fall protection training for them as well. So our training division is definitely working with a broad spectrum of offerings to assist anybody that is asking us.
Very well. Thank you for that response. There may be a disconnect someplace because the feedback that I've gotten is the total opposite, that they're left out of the training exercise and that collaboration. So if it's happening, great. If it's not, I strongly encourage it to occur because I think it's critical, maximizing that resource, training skills and having additional personnel, I think is critical. A lot of times we utilize our rescues to assist and support, and they're not paid. They're all volunteers, so let's make use of that. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Blyden for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director George, let me ask you, in respect to the listening and viewing audience, when it comes to the ranking system, when the EMS comes online, what would that look like? How will the department deal with that?
That's the structure that they have. We all have agreed to keep that structure and build around it. In the legislation, there is 2 positions for EMS chief that will report directly to the director, and they will still have their coordinators who are there now, their training person who will report to Mr. Bolton, and it will continue to build off of that. Okay. And then further down the line, we plan to do a rank structure within EMS.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that.
Thank you very much. We have to have a discussion in regards to that rank structure as well, Director, because I'm hearing that there's only a sergeant and lieutenant. No, actually you have captain. That's Bureau of Corrections. I'm confusing agencies now. My head is full. At this time, Senator Sauro, you recognize for your point of inquiry?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I guess I'll ask this to Commissioner Encarnacion. When we had the last hearing, you had another legislation that it was a companion bill that had the definitions that would go along with the merger. I don't think that the bill should be separated. Do you intend to, did you send down the companion bill to this? Who should I be speaking to, Ms. James or Commissioner Attorney James or you?
I'll start. Attorney James did speak to that before, but she'll continue. It's an integration. We prefer not to use it as a merger because none of the bodies will be lost. So that's important for us to really say to the general public integration and what that really means, just as a clarification, Senator. So please indulge us. But Attorney James did speak to that. The regulatory bill will be forthcoming once this bill is passed.
Okay, I guess the body will decide whether or not it should be companion or separated. I think that's for us to decide. So thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Soro. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again. So I want to pick up 2 conversations this afternoon. The conversation around actually 3, the grandfathering, the employees who are challenged with passing the certification requirements, and this hazardous duty pay conversation. So Mr. Dorsey, you spoke specifically to the hazardous duty, but there wasn't any real specificity around it. Have you prepared a white paper or some sort of a document to help to facilitate the argument that you're making? Because the information that you shared today does not really facilitate your argument. So is there a white paper? Is there a document that I can review so I can make an informed decision as to whether or not hazardous duty pay is appropriate as we make the changes and traverse this landscape?
Good afternoon, Senator. We did not produce a white paper for today.
Okay.
There is a bill. There is a bill draft that is in this committee.
Who drafted the bill?
The chair.
Okay, so I guess we'll deal with the chair on this. But I think that's important that we establish exactly what this all means, because there must be a convincing argument around hazardous duty pay. So let's talk about his grandfathering now. And I know that the Commissioner Encarnacion indicated that she wishes to discuss this offline, but I believe it's an important discussion to have online, because I don't believe that grandfathering in a climate like this or in a profession of this nature should be something that we should even be discussing or considering. There must be, I'm certain that there are liability issues. We're talking about EMR and EMT services. So how are we comfortable with having a conversation about grandfathering individuals who do not meet the certification requirements? These individuals are in fact responsible for saving lives. So how are we comfortable with having a conversation of that nature? I mean, there must be some other way, as indicated by the commissioner, but we can't take this lightly. I mean, I don't want to be in a position where somebody's grandfather and I have no idea as to what to do. I mean, sometimes we don't put ourselves in these positions. We think that, this ain't gonna happen to me, but I would like to understand how, from you, Mr. Dorsey, how does this get to be okay?
What do I do?
Yeah, what's your response?
President Dorsey, you're muted.
Good afternoon, Senator. Again, I would say this, Senator, in terms of the grandfathered in, we had several layers in fire prior to the integration talk and with the integration talk, right? So for example, Senator, I'll give you one example. In the last maybe year or so, I've been in situations with trained medical people, and I've seen them freeze up on the fire's ground, right? Because now we're dealing with a fire, right? So my thing is, if you freeze up, then you have to sit on the side because you have to catch yourself. Meanwhile, I have a person who's not trained and what you would call passed the national exam and had to do what we had to do on the fire ground. And this is a senior officer. So they wouldn't be trained because they weren't required to be trained at that time.
Okay.
Right? So I'm saying like there's two things going on here. Hello? Hello?
Yeah. So you haven't really given me a justification as to why it's okay, because we're dealing with health.
Let me finish.
We're dealing with. Yeah, so just give it to me succinctly.
Yeah.
Because my time is running. Okay.
As the director indicated, the job spec that he's referring to is from 2013. That's all we know about from a union side.
Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Dorsey. So this is the issue, I think, and this is what happens with us. We get confused with this isn't a job spec issue. Okay? If I am going to a doctor, the expectation is that doctor is certified in the area that I am going to him for that medical purpose. So we can't take this lightly. I think while you are the leader of the union, it is important that we as humans understand that sometimes we have to separate our responsibility as union leaders for this particular sake of this conversation and our responsibility of protecting the health and safety of our individuals in our community. So let's not mix up the issues. I think we spend a lot of time mixing up the issues. So I'm not going to continue the conversation with you because this issue is a health and safety issue. This is a safety issue and a liability issue. And while I understand about who's on the sideline and who's not on the sideline, it is not okay to grandfather. Okay, you could grandfather for other things, but not where you're dealing with the protecting the life of an individuals. But I'm going to go to the director because I have some concerns around the conversation that he had earlier. So I like to keep balance. We need to balance this conversation. So, Director, you made mention that you have about 7 individuals who continue to struggle with passing the EMR certification testing?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that, in fact, if they don't meet the, I guess they don't pass the certification requirements within whatever that timeline is, the consideration is going to be that they will be terminated. And these individuals came on in what year? Or is it varying years? They came on in 2008. Okay, and I know that we've had discussions around this previously. So when they came on in 2019, their contract said what? Did their contract say that they were required to be EMR certified?
No, it said they must be EMT certified.
Okay, so then why are we going down the road? I mean, a lot of times, remember, as a senator, I may come up on the Senate floor with my opinion, but you as the director, you must discern. You have to discern. So I don't see how it could stand up in court or from a collective bargaining perspective or PERB or whatever it is, that these employees will be terminated if they don't pass this certification requirement. We have a responsibility to make sure that we continue to work with them. But to put that kind of pressure on those employees, that also don't really help them they don't give them the impetus to be comfortable with passing the test. So I want to ask today that we lift that level of stress from those employees because it's not right, because they did not come in with that requirement, and we should not be putting that stress on them. What we should do is work with them to make sure that they become certified. And some of us take a little longer. The question that I have for you, are they cooperating? I think that's what's important. Are they cooperating with this requirement?
Thank you, Senator. If you could remember from what the last hearing in October, when we had the hearing, you went after me because they did not pass the EMR, and you told me if they don't pass, terminate. That were your words to me.
Are they cooperating? That's the question on the table. Please answer the question.
No, Senator, they're not cooperating.
So they're not cooperating.
Because we have extended, and we went as far now.
No.
Uh-huh.
But that's not what you said earlier. So, and again, I'm going to say it. So when we come to this Senate floor, we say things that we don't. If you don't have all the information, then you can't pick up the mantle. You have to know what's in your contract. There's a lot of feedback, media. So you have to know what's in their contract. I don't know if I'm still online. Mr. Chair, can you guys hear me?
You're still online, Senator. I think, Mr. Dorsey, if you could put your phone on mute at this time. I mean, your device on mute.
Yeah.
You're creating a feedback. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, we have to make sure that we are acting responsibly. I mean, the conversation that we are having is placing the government in a situation where they're going to lose this case. So why do we spend time? Why are we going to spend time running on the road doing that? Let's figure out how to work with these employees. And if they're not cooperating, then we need to have a different conversation. Right now, you all indicated that you don't have a contract in place. Ms. Springett, when are we looking to have the conversation with Fire as it relates to reing up their contract? Or are they on a day-to-day?
The contract is in effect on a day-to-day basis, Senator. As I
so day-to-day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the contract's still in place. So it's on a day-to-day.
Yes.
Okay, good. So from your perspective, Ms. Springett, how do we address this issue with these employees? Because when the director spoke earlier, he made it seem as if they were working. The leadership at Fire was working with the employees, and they were coming along. Now, based on my querying, I'm hearing that they're not cooperating. So I'm not sure which one it is, but we need to establish what needs to happen and how it's going to happen. Based on the discussion and the discourse that I'm hearing today, it seems like we have this energy. We have this energy with the union, and I want to say to the firefighters, if you are in that number, you have a responsibility. You took on this role. So you got to walk with a role. You have to work with it. Don't let all those ancillary negative energy get into your head. God ain't going to ask you for all of those other energies around. He going to ask you for you. So remember that when we're having this discussion, everything can't be about the union. Everything can't be about that. We have to figure out how we can ensure that we are working for the greater good. So help me, Ms. Springett, to what's our solution?
Senator, I think you summed it up excellently. I have no problem having further discussions with Director George. This has a community impact, not just an employee impact, and the employees are part of the community. So if there are set standards to meet in various professions, they are, like mine. And if you do not meet them, you place others at risk when you are not up to par. Again, I need to have a further dialogue with Director George. I think that would be the appropriate form to have a separate meeting. But bear in mind that when someone is a recruit on probation, there are limitations as to their rights and so forth. They are on probation for a reason. It's a test period. And so, like I said,
So let me ask you, not to cut you off, but of course, my time is running. So let me ask you, so 2019, we're 3 years into their hire date, right? So how long can we have individuals on, see, this is what we are doing in this government, or just in this government. So if these employees are not cooperating, It wasn't in their contract. They're not meeting it. Then why are we still like pushing and pushing and pushing this forward? Clearly, you have they're on probation. So now they're 3 years into probation, right? But how is it that we could have folks 3 years into probation?
Senator, I want to make sure that with which contract you're referring to. When you say contract, are you referring to the terms and conditions of taking the position, or are you referring to the collective bargaining?
Terms and conditions when they came into the position. I think that's what it is.
So it's my understanding, and Director George can clarify. I think he mentioned earlier that the recruits were informed that these are the conditions of this position. You must complete these set requirements before becoming a full-fledged firefighter EMT. And so if that is in place, that is part of their contract.
Okay. So what's happening right now is the Dorseys of the world, the union is saying to these employees, look, y'all don't have to cooperate, which is wrong.
Indeed.
It's wrong. It is what it is. And we have to learn as humans to adjust. If the adjustment means that it makes the whole relationship that we have between fire, EMS, EMT, whatever all of this is, then that's what we do. This is not about us. And I think that we continue to make these things about us. It's not about us. Let's work this thing. The conversation that I heard earlier was that, we're still waiting for meetings. We had this discussion when I had the last committee at the whole, and since then I believe this committee has met once or twice, I think 2 times, this is probably the 3rd time, to discuss the same issue. Look, when the elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. And we should not be fighting on this issue. We got to figure this thing out and move forward. That's it. We got to figure it out. We have all of these things in our head as to what we think things should look like. And I get it. We get it. But we have to move forward. This is not like the perfect bill, if you will. But guess what? If the focus and the primary concern around this legislation is to save lives, I'm not sure who should be having a debate over it.
Senator, your time was called.
It can't be only about us. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I'm asking my colleagues today to support this measure, and whatever other additional amendments that need to take place, those amendments take place. But we got to move this forward. We've been at this for 2 years. We've been at it for 3 years, literally. It's time to act. Let's not have the enemy, the enemy be the.
Perfect. Perfect. Be the enemy of the good.
Let's just get it done. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. And I totally agree. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We really got to move this legislation forward. Mr. Dorsey, you had a response real quickly. Again, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. I had a response, and I would just say, I just want the process to be fair. Senator Francis, senators, as the director just indicated, the union's position, we're in agreement with the Senate president, but we want the process to be fair. And when I say grandfathered in, I'm only saying grandfathered in because this class has been over the required time for a probationary employee based on the VI code. So we need to follow the law from that standpoint. Second, the job description they came under was firefighter EMT. Director came up with something else, but we're just going by what the division of personnel who would have that authority to do that. The director would recommend a change, but it has to be done based on the CBA through the division of personnel. That's how that's supposed to work. So what I'm saying again, the process where we stand, there are several classes that fall under that job spec of firefighter EMT, and we have to be fair even to the 7 that we're talking about. We don't have a problem if you're saying you want to send the 7 home, but you also will send home all who else fall under the category. So we just have to be fair. So we're really saying the same thing. And yes, Senator President, the Dorseys of the world want to save life and property. I've been doing it for the last 26 years, and I think I've been doing a really good job at that and training people as well before we had an official training officer online. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. At this time, I think this completes our round one. I'm going to do, I'll allow for a 10 minutes recess, and when we come back, we'll do a rapid fire, a 5-minute round, and close off this hearing today. So the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services have completed round one, and we'll take a recess and resume within 10 minutes. The Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services is out of recess. At this time, we'll be going to a second round of 5 minutes. Use it or lose it. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time. Before we go there, I wanted to address a quick issue, Senator Blyden, to the director, Director George.
Yes, Senator.
Was there a requirement for the recruits or the new fire employees in 2019 to sign any agreement, a condition of employment?
Yes, Senator.
In respect to EMRs or EMTs? Which one was it?
It was EMTs.
EMTs? Okay.
Yes.
And I would imagine all those individuals that now run afoul of that situation, you do have signed documents that indicated what's expected of them?
We could forward them to you, sir.
All right. Senator Blyden, you recognize
Yes,
for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and testifiers. I know in the testimony it was mentioned that the EMS division currently operates out of 5 staging areas in the territory, and there are 10 fire stations strategically located throughout the territory. My mic is loud enough? Yeah. Let me ask Attorney James. Good afternoon. Because you noted that when in your testimony that when an organization is forced to depend on mutual assistance agreements to service more than 14% of emergency calls, it is a crisis. And you further stated that when it must depend on them to service more than 30% of emergency calls, it is a failure. So can you tell me what percentage of calls are handled by Pafford Medical Services? Do you know? Hi, in the territory?
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden. I would have to defer to Commissioner Encarnacion. She would know the percentage.
Please. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden. The percentage of individuals served by EMS?
No. The percentage of calls that Pafford provides to the department.
Okay, so we would have to go through that. We log our calls based on action, not necessarily who takes the calls. And I want to remind the general public that Pafford actually is part of the Department of Health staff because we contract with them. So we do not delineate the staffing when they're called out. We just know that EMS is there to provide safe care. But we can drill down a little bit more to see exactly how the response is. Many times it's a Pafford staff and a local staff, and that's really how we like to see it, and that always happens. I'll have to do a little bit more drill down for you, Senator.
Okay, thank you for
Senator,
that.
if I may add to that.
Sure.
I think it would be also important for us to focus on how many years Pafford has been providing services to the Virgin Islands government. That's also relevant to where we are in terms of being independent of any mutual aid from outside resources.
And I could answer that. In 2017, there were 2 emergency medical services that came to assist post the hurricanes. One in St. Thomas, St. John, and one in St. Croix. There were 2 different ones. When I came on as the Commissioner of Health in 2020 and 2019, we identified the need, and we had a crisis at that point in time in terms of EMS. And so in 2019, Pafford was requested to come back on, not as in sense of emergency, but because we know we needed contract staff to come back to assist.
And exactly, and that's the reason why I asked the question in the first place, because it's critical in terms of response time. And response time basically equates to saving lives. And it goes to show the reason why the bill is important and the reason why the certification is important and bringing those folks online and assuring that, they are strategically placed through the territory where they can respond appropriately and accordingly. So I just want to make that clear for the record. Also, one concern I have, though, is the lack of clearly specified target dates for completing many of the major steps of the integration plan, because there are several steps that have to be taken. And we know the track record of the local government when it comes to plans and implementation. So I just want to have someone elaborate in terms of assuring the public and my colleagues and I that the plan is concrete, is clearly defined, and everything is in place to move forward. Can someone speak to that, please?
Director George, Senator, in the last hearing that we gave, when we gave this comprehensive overview, we did share with you timelines. Now that we have the amendments, it shows us 180 days after the bill is passed. There's certain steps that we have to be taken. We assure ourselves, we assure you that those steps, we will tweak that timeline to reflect the 180 days and get that to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And in closing, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to reiterate in respect to those 7 employees that have not been certified thus far, that they should not be fired in no way, shape, or form, but at the same time, we find a way to work with them in assisting them and come up with a solution that suits all. And I want to thank you so much for your responses. And Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I think I've heard discussion in respect to some alternate or recommended solution to that issue. So I'm certain that those matters will be taken under advisement so that we could ensure, of course, compliance because individuals have to be certified to be able to meet the requirements, but at the same time, we have an onus and a responsibility to get them to that level. So I'm hearing that there is a
Francis, if I could interject something, Senator Francis, please.
Go right ahead, Director.
I don't want it to be put on a record that Director George is out there trying to fire employees. I think they're a great set of individuals, but at the end of the day, I have went above and beyond to assist these individuals. I'd like you to give Jim Bolton an opportunity to explain some of the things that we did to assist these individuals.
Bolton?
Yeah, I can get my camera on.
Speak up.
Good afternoon, Territorial Training Coordinator Jim Bolton. I've been on full-time since August, so I've been here 7 months.
Please turn on your camera, Mr. Bolton, please. Okay, turn on your camera.
I hit it. Is it?
Okay, there you go.
Stay on?
All right.
There we go. I'm going to start over. Territorial Training Coordinator Jim Bolton. I've been on for 7 full months. This is the start of my 8th. Within that time, looking at the amount or the number in both districts of employees that were hired under this current administration, basically was trying to focus my efforts on those employees to assist them in completing their EMR and or EMT certifications. Specific to the St. Thomas, St. John district, I had called a meeting with those folks where we all got together and discussed collaboratively what their needs are, what they felt would help them become successful in passing the written exam for the National Registry EMR. At that time, we discussed different options. One is I would do some tutoring sessions if they requested it. We were able to do 1 tutoring session prior to me having to go and be on St. Croix for quite some time. That was the end of last year. We have not done another tutoring session since. But in the meantime, we purchased that 3 months of an online medic test is what it's called, medictest.com. You can go and check it out. And that prep program basically was there to assist them in identifying their their weaknesses, like I'd mentioned before in round one. So with that said, after we had collaborated with, together as far as coming up with a plan and encouragement for them to continue to study so they could take the test. Some have taken the test and have failed their first attempt. Some haven't taken it at all. So, basically, trying to jumpstart their studying to help them get prepared to pass the exam. When we put this program together, where we invited everybody via email to accept the invitation, because that's how the program is set up, I had very poor response. Out of all of the employees offered, out of 17 total, I had 3 accept the invitation. Over the course of the next month, re-invited, made phone calls. When I'd see somebody, I would say, "Hey, would you please get on there and sign up so we can help you out?" And it got to a point where we had one individual unprofessionally come down to the offices and proclaim that that person was not going to do it. So at that point, it's like, all right. And we as in management got together, we talked about it and tried to figure out, okay, what is it that we can do? And ultimately the investment was made and for this program. And we felt that it's necessary to require them to get on there, to give them, essentially force them to take the study aid and to take our assistance. So where it stands right now, all have, since the letter that Mr. Dorsey has mentioned, all have signed up. And as I go through the dashboard and look, there's some really strong performances from some of the employees, and there's some that are still not utilizing the tool like it's intended or to the best of the potential. So that's what I just wanted to mention that. The director had mentioned he'd been patient, and I just wanted to support that.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Bolton. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Gittins. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Today's hearing is supposed to be on the fire EMS merger, but we find ourselves caught in between union negotiations. The concerns of the firefighters are legit, wherein they all see it that they all engage in hazardous duty assignments, and wondering why would one entity now be merged under their umbrella will continue to receive hazardous pay and not the other. So that's something that definitely needs to be addressed. And then going back to this, whether grandfathering or ensuring that people adhere to their promissory note that they signed when they came on board to successfully pass certain certifications, we as a government just need to make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's and ensure that we document what the training coordinator just described. All you have to do is document. And if someone comes to your office that's not cooperating or refusing to do what they're supposed to do, then by all means, document and move forward. But we just have a track record of not documenting. Now, a lot of you are talking about this from 2019, and I'm saying I'm going back to 2013 on this matter. You slowed down to take a look from a different view, which was why not leave EMS under Department of Health and have police and fire probably have their own EMTs within their outfit, which would have created a much larger pool. But we're here today to discuss the merger. And I'm still in support of the merger. I'm just saying, again, too, let's make sure that we all cross our T's and dot our I's. Now, which sends me back to where we were discussing in section 6 again, and as discussed in the October 18, 2021 hearing, it was my concern back then and still my concern that it reads in section 6, B1, a healthcare facility shall reimburse the VA FEMS for the cost of emergency ambulance services as determined under subsection A of this section, incurred by a patient resident of the healthcare facility if the healthcare facility requests ambulance transport services from the VA FEMS and the patient's healthcare insurance denies payment for the ambulance transport after a determination that the transportation did not meet the medical necessity standard as provided in a specific section. So I am saying here, with this said, that's why I stated that there needs to be a conversation between the government entity, specifically the executive branch, and these entities so that they can know. Now, probably what we need to do is enter into a MOU. And if I have to submit another amendment, putting it in that section that a MOU must be established, then so be it. But we can't be making these, putting these things into law and not having the affected entities not be aware of what their requirements will be. Because simply, Mr. Chair and colleagues, what this tells me is that if an individual goes to a healthcare facility outside of the emergency room, so they go to the urgent care with chest pains, and it's determined that they may have been getting a heart attack, the healthcare facility isn't going to allow them to drive to the hospital or be taken to the hospital by a friend. The first thing they will do is call the ambulance. And we're saying that if that person is unable to pay or that the health insurance is denied, then the FEMS will now bill the urgent care. And I'm saying, I mean, that might be good, but there needs to be discussion, and they need to know that this can happen. So hopefully you understand what I'm saying there, to have that discussion between the government and those affected entities. And if not, it'll simply be addressed by way of an amendment to ensure that there's a MOU put in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. At this time, I will recognize Senator Frances Heiliger for her 5 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues and testifiers and the people of the territory. I would need to speak to Mr. Dorsey. I'm trying to get a little bit of clarity on some of the things that I've been listening to. Earlier, you spoke to there's a group that fell under the category, and it was not only just the 7 that potentially are being penalized. Could you explain to that? And do you have a specific number? And please give me some clarity. Was it different names that they came in under? Fire EMS, was there a different classification name-wise in personnel? I really need to understand that aspect of it, because I really didn't grasp what was being said.
So good afternoon, Senator Heiliger.
Good afternoon.
And before I forget, you are really doing a good job as a new senator. I just wanted to say that to you.
Thank you.
Senator, this is a situation. You're welcome, Senator. This is a situation, Senator. The job description that the director referenced, which is 2013, we could just keep that date in mind. Since 2013, there have been several classes that came in, and they have not passed the job description of EMT, firefighter EMT. Forget the EMR part for now. We're talking about what your job description says when you came in, and all of us came in under different job descriptions. So prior to 2013, you were only required to be a firefighter. That's it. So I'm just going by the CBA now, right? And I'm going by the rules of the Division of Personnel. Our CBA is very clear. The Director of Fire doesn't determine who is eligible for these things. It is the Division of Personnel, which would be the Director of Personnel. That's in the contract language. That's all I've been speaking today. And again, we're not against the integration. We just want to be fair. So being fair, if it means that you have to send not just those who passed the EMR, because we're talking about the 7 who didn't pass, but there's the other difference of maybe another 12 members who passed the EMR course, right? But then there's those other classes, because my understanding in this class as of today, there's only 1 member who passed the EMT based on the job spec. And that's how the process is supposed to work, to be fair to everybody. The unions is saying, if you're going to send the 7 home, then you got to send the other 45 or 50 people home as well, who did not pass the firefighter EMT, not EMR.
Okay, what the other 45 was the EMT description part of their job specs when they were hired?
Yes, they came in under 23rd. If they came after from 13 onward, they would be part of that group. But to pick on the 7 people, union leader here today, would not sit here and allow
okay.
that.
Could I speak to the Director of Fire Service so I could get some more information? Based on what Mr. Dorsey is saying to us, when individuals from 2013 up until now were hired, there were specific instructions as to the description of their job. He's saying that some 45 of them did not pass all of those descriptions, but they're still there. And these 7 who are still in the process and still haven't passed and going through the process, they're the only ones being penalized. Can you explain to me if what he's saying is accurate, or is there something we're missing?
You're missing a lot of what he's saying because he's inaccurate. One of the key components to this whole thing that Mr. Dorsey is missing. In 2013, under the other administration, they never got the individuals to sign any documents telling them about the EMT course. Their probationary period went for 2 years and they did not do EMR or EMT. So what we did when we came in, we started the integration model. And what we did was utilizing the EMR program as the bridge program to get the EMT. That's what we did. So it could be an easier transition to the EMT program because we did not have an EMT program in the territory that we could have sustained. The EMR program was more easier for us to move forward, and it was a national standard. Right. So when he brings up the point about firing 45 people, I'm trying to understand and fathom what he's saying. The same thing that we have done in the St. Thomas district, we just did with the class in St. Croix. Those individuals passed. There's 1 or 2 that didn't pass. The last class of 7, they're going through the EMR program as we speak. As we build out the organization, Senator, and we transition to the EMT program, all these individuals already have the first basic part of the EMT program, so they can move on. So I'm trying to understand what we did so wrong. The EMR program is a bridge to EMT. It's a certified program. It's a certified program. So I'm trying to understand what he's saying. I am violating a law. And there's nothing in their contract. And I challenge him to give you the copy in his contract where he's talking about. There's nothing in the contract that speaks to that.
Okay. So
can I respond?
My time is called. Was my time called?
It was, Senator, but if you have a wrap-up, you may proceed and wrap up.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard somebody said they wanted to. Did anyone wanted to say anything? Okay.
Yes, that was Dorsey. I wanted to respond.
To the chair, this is Josh Springett. If I could have an opportunity after the senator's time, please.
Well, my time has been called. Mr. Chair, could you respond? Because I need to get as much information and clarity on this as possible.
Very well.
I would like to respond as well, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. As Chief Negotiator, you may respond, and then we'll come to Mr. Dorsey to respond as well.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. I want to reiterate what Director George has said and then add enlighten the senators and the viewing and listening audience of my responsibility when it comes to the separation of any termination of any employees who are in unionized positions. As Director George said, this is not a arbitrary or blanket termination of employees who do not meet the qualifications. They have extended themselves and gone above and beyond in order to assist those individuals in successfully completing this program, because it not only benefits that individual, it benefits every one of us here in the entire community. Now, note that if an employee is being recommended for termination, that package comes to me for review before being sent to the governor for approval. And so I take those packages seriously, review them in detail to ensure that all rules and laws have been complied with before they're forwarded to the governor for approval. So this is not a swift action that's without any thought or due process. Thank you.
May I respond?
You may respond,
Chair?
Mr. Dorsey.
I would just say this in reference to what the director just said and what the chief negotiator just kind of followed up on. In the contract, Senator Heiliger, it refers to who would qualify individuals for coming into the fire service. That is not the director of fire. That is not the chief negotiator. That is the director of the Division of Personnel. That is in our CBA. I'm also saying from the job spec, the job spec said you had to meet those requirements. Now, the director is right. The last administration that brought in most of those individuals did not follow through on how they should have, nor has this administration, because the process of the job spec says you're in for the 1-year probation, and then it goes into the VI code under the Division of Personnel, where if you're going to keep someone on probation, you're supposed to notify the union. The government has failed to notify the union because their position is they're not unionized employees. And they're not unionized employees from their standpoint because they're not understanding the change in the code under former President Trump as it relates to unions throughout the states, right? Under the U.S. flag. The rules changed under that time. We changed that language when we were at the last time at the negotiating table under the last administration. However, that wasn't passed on to this administration. So that's why we have this song and dance back and forth. The only thing we're saying today is really not the bridge program. It sounds good, but it's not about the bridge program. It is about what the job spec said when they came in. And this goes back, as I agree with the director of fire, several classes. So the only thing we're saying, if you're going to send the 7 home, you have a lot more to send. I agree with Senator Gittens. At this point, we have a new program. We need to just allow them to come in because at the end of the day, fire service needs bodies. We need bodies, and everybody's not going to pass, even the EMT. But we still need those bodies because there's still work to be done on the fire ground. In any fire department, you can pick up the phone and call the firefighters, and they will tell you territory-wide, we need the bodies. So whether you have 2 EMTs in Coral Bay and you got 3 trucks there, you still need 4 other firefighters in those other 2 trucks, or 6 other firefighters and those other 2 trucks. That is the reality of our situation. So that's all I'm really going to say about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to ask the Personnel Assistant Director, Ms. Hassel, if she have anything to add to this discussion in regards to, I guess, classification and hiring practices. You are mute.
You're mute, Ms. Hassel.
You're mute.
Mute.
Good day, Senator Francis. What I could lend to this discussion is that the job description gave them 18 months to complete the entire training, not the 12 months. Also, it's not in violation of the job description, although they need to become an ENT certified. The EMR is a bridge to that EMT. So they have to have the EMR and then become ENT. In regardless to the past, in the past, as I understand it, They did not have the wherewithal to do the training at that time. However, this class that just came in, they signed acknowledging that this was what they had to do in order to pass to go further. Further, when Mr. Dorsey said that the fire is short-staffed and that they may not have individual, recently they had a class out, a job description out of St. Thomas where they were looking for individual. 83 individuals applied for the position. We forwarded 43 individuals to fire. Now, these people know they're coming on as fire EMT, and they'll be signing the same contract that fire have for these other sets. So there's people willing to become fire EMTs in the territory. Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hassel, for that addition. At this time, Senator Asaro, you recognize for a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The testifiers or the executive branch agreed to give us an integration plan prior to us moving this legislation. Do we have an integration plan today? Director George?
No, the plan wasn't given to you. We gave you the timelines of what we plan to do. We wanted the legislation to pass so we could know. Like I said earlier, there's 180 days for us to get this integration going. It has in the bill, I think 60 days, we must report to the legislature the plan.
No, before, I'm not talking about what the legislation said. Before this, the legislation could say one thing, but we could have agreed on something before. I distinctly remember us agreeing to submit to this body a plan of what the integration would look like. Was that done?
No, not as yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
May I add something, sir?
Who's that, please?
Maurice James.
Attorney James, you recognize.
Thank you, sir.
Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Very well. We'll come to you next, Madam President. Mr. James, you recognize.
I just wanted to add that one of the reasons that we've been having difficulty with even fleshing out the plan is because, again, it's difficult to do anything if you don't have the authority to do so. And the legislation is what provides you with the authority to begin doing certain things. So that's one of the quandaries that we found ourselves in with getting a plan that would have defined points and in time. Just wanted to clarify and add that to what Director George said.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, recognized for your point of inquiry.
Yeah, very quickly. I distinctly remember the conversation, but I remembered it a little different. So was it a request for a plan, or was it a request for a clear timeline as to how are you going to go about the implementation? I mean, I think it's that I can't find a section in the law or in the proposed legislation that speaks to a 90-day timeline, but I believe it's really unreasonable to ask for a clear plan prior to the movement of the legislation. I think we've had this discussion over and over. I could see the timelines and how you plan to go about it, but to put together an entire plan prior to this legislation moving, what if we voted down? What if we voted down? I mean, I don't understand why we having this style tactics with this legislation. It needs to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just quickly, I was asked, the inquiry was asking the director, did you submit anything to the legislature around that earlier conversation that we had?
Senator, at the first meeting that we had, we did submit the timeline, and earlier in the discussion, I said, now that we know the 180 days that we're seeing in the amendment and stuff, we will submit a new timeline within the period that is in the amendment of 60 days.
Thank you. And I remember receiving the documentation because it was said that before the meeting was over, please email it, and you emailed it. I recall that very distinctly. Yes, thank you.
Additionally, the discussion or the enactment of 180-day was to allow for a date definitive when the integration would occur, which allow for then the fire department then to work along with all of these stakeholders to come up with the precise timeline by which to execute this. So that's the reason, and hence why the amendment, based on our discussion with all of the stakeholders' input, we came up with an enactment date of 180 days. At this time, Senator Payne, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Mr. President.
Senator Payne, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Director George, was the certification a part of the Fire Academy or post-academy?
It was supposed to be part of the academy. Like I said earlier, there was some technical difficulties when the class went through. It didn't complete, and they have to start over again. So that's why it took so long to get this here done. That's why we have given them the opportunity to get this done, to get their certification, Senator.
Okay, and before I move forward, also with you, the Minister has Commissioner Encarnacion one question. Commissioner, how do you plan to strengthen the regulatory arm for the EMS staff members who will remain to ensure VI fire and emergency medical services and private EMS businesses abide by national regulatory standards?
Well, that information will come a little further on with the regulatory bill, but what I can say is that we already have a regulatory arm in Department of Health. So we will be strengthening that by utilizing the national guidelines that's put forward towards EMS. It's clearly designated, it's standards that are already there. So all we need to do is simply ensure that our compliance officers are knowledgeable about the standards, and they do complete surveys, and they inspect, and they check off those boxes to let them know whether or not they meet the criteria or they don't meet their criteria, and then we give them guidance as to what they need to do to meet those criteria.
Okay, and lastly, this is a question for Director George and Commissioner Encarnacion. What are the causes prompting this new merger between fire and EMS, and what will actually be the benefit? Is it because a lack of persons applying to be EMTs, or have you received a lot of calls or service for and no EMTs are actually available? It's a matter of public health. So clearly, let me know what are the causes prompting this new merger, and what actually the benefits are. Director George and Commissioner.
I'll let Commissioner go first.
Okay, so thank you, sir. We've spoken about many of them, and it goes back about at least about, I would say, 40 years, or if not more, when you saw lots of deaths occurring, not just mostly on the road, so highway deaths occurring, mass casualty, and how do you respond to mass casualty, and who actually responds to it. And so back then, the president indicated that he wanted to make sure that no matter what the response is, we had an organized way, and in terms of health and fire, to actually respond to that. So it's not just saying that it's going to happen, but to put something strategically down in paper and to train towards that, to ensure that, and to create a standardized way of applying it. Now, of course, healthcare, you do have standards that you can proceed, but you also have to put in your own, you have to have that compassion to be able to do it. And I know a lot of people say healthcare is not forced care, and that's why we're having this conversation. So we don't have healthcare that's forced care. We want to make sure that the training is, the opportunity is there. And I think that the territorial training officer has really and truly stepped on the ground, and he has been knocking on doors on a lot of the healthcare opportunities and providing the training. I too have said to him, let's make sure that you work with EMS and have that integration. So that has already begun on the St. Thomas district, and we're pushing it also to the St. Croix district. It's collaboration, it's progress, it's safety, decrease of costs because the overtime will be decreased as well. There are a lot of different reasons why this is important. The most important reason is increase in safety, increase in access to care, and decrease in debts.
Mr. George, Director George.
Commissioner said it all. Just recently, Senator St. John, I said it in my testimony, the collaborative effort of the integration has been shown and proven here in the territory. Just recently on St. John, we had a situation where there was a patient that was getting ready to board to come to St. Thomas. We had another patient, and what happened? Firefighters, the chief, and Mr. Bolton and others went out, packaged a patient, got them to Myra Keaton. So those kind of steps that we're taking is in the best interest of our people. And I will say this passionately, very passionately. I see the support of the EMTs and the firefighters on the ground every day. They have been working collaboratively, not because of the noise on the side. They have been working very good. And I see the best for the Virgin Islands coming with this integration. And I thank you.
All right. Lastly, Fire Chief Stevenson, how would you assess the general body of firefighters in St. John as a whole regarding their feelings about this merger? And I'll close to that, Mr. Chair.
I would say it's favorable. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Karen Stevenson, St. John. I would say it's favorable, especially since we've been doing it so long, especially in the Caribbean area. So it's a favorable response.
Well, Chief, since I have you here, well, what is required to maintain your license and certification year after year as knowledge and skill sets involving EMT actually evolve?
It's ongoing recertification every 2 years. What we do is we go to Mr. Petty, James Petty, the training coordinator for EMS. We do the refresher course with him, and then we submit our stuff to the National Registry. That includes different courses and stuff that we do with them.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne, for your line of questions. At this time, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me dive right into within the bill. There's a section that speaks about that the Department of Health will maintain an office of EMS services within the Department of Health. Can you, Commissioner, explain for the viewing and listening audience what is it for? What's the purpose of it? And also, in this merger, what staff will remain? Because that section speaks about that all employees within that division will be transferred except those that must remain because of the office that you have within your department. Can you please elaborate?
In synopsis, thank you for that question, Senator. It's going to be used as a regulatory division for EMS under the Department of Health. Responsibilities would be to look at licensure, approving licensure, and it's being linked to, there is also a board that is linked with that. So we will be approving licensures, looking at the different emergency medical services, whether it be private or VI Fire EMS, and ensuring that regulatory compliance remains throughout the territory. That's in a synopsis.
And what size of staff then you will keep within that office in your department?
So, you know, as you know, we are, once this bill is passed, we will be sitting down and ensuring collaboration and how we move forward. Right now, we're looking at an EMS director, EMS compliance coordinator, compliance officers that are actually going to go on the field to conduct the work. There should be a support staff and as an executive assistant and someone who can manage the overall finances. And that is because we project requesting grant funding to ensure full regulatory compliance. And like I said, it's linked to our regulatory division. So we want to make sure that we're expanding as well. And of course, a medical director to ensure that we are indeed following the national guidelines.
So is it safe to say that approximately 5 staff members will remain within your department, particularly in that office?
I would say 5 is a good number.
All right. I also have some concern. What about the administrative staff, the administrative team? Because sometimes there's not a lot of conversation with regards to those rank and file employees. Or have there had any conversations in regards to if they will be transferred, if they won't be transferred?
No, administrative staff is included. The executive assistant would be one of the administrative staff, so there's definitely support staff that's needed. All of the staff have been included in conversations from the time that we started to work on this in 2019. So those continue, they occurred, and they will continue to happen.
And are you having conversations with these staff members so that they could be notified what's the status and what's the possible outcome?
Senator Carrion, once we know that the bill has been passed, then of course the job descriptions are prepared. They have to be presented to personnel, some of them for validation and completion. But at the same time, when that occurs, and the job will be provided, and whoever applies, negotiations will continue from there.
Okay. Got you. Thank you for clearing that up. Do we still have Director O'Neill? Good afternoon, Director. Is she there? I had some questions regards of the cost.
Director O'Neill?
I guess not, but I'm not sure then if anyone else might be able to answer. Attorney James, in her testimony, she spoke about overtime costs, and we've been hearing conversation about the financial savings in regards to the budget with the merge, because we will be eliminating, hopefully, some of the overtime. Has there been a cost analysis of what that savings might be?
Senator Carrion, are you directing it to Mrs. Maurice James, to Attorney James?
In the absence of Director O'Neill, yes. Have you been aware of any conversation with regards to cost analysis and what that savings looks like?
I really can't speak to that except to say to you that during the Young administration, I actually have a copy of a cost analysis that was done during that administration that initially in 2019, when I was with the Office of the Governor, we relied on it because it was very it was very comprehensive in terms of what it showed. I don't know if, and I do know that members of the team were provided with copies, but I don't know what Director O'Neill's opinion on that particular cost analysis was, if she agreed or not. But we did, in fact, have a copy of one that was done during the Young administration that actually showed that initially, of course, you're not going to have the savings, but in the long term, it would turn, everything would turn in favor of doing an integration like we're doing right now, especially with respect to overtime.
Ms. Chair, can I respectfully request that a cost analysis of savings be submitted through you, Mr. Chair, to this committee?
So noted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Carrion is the lead of the team. James, if you will have OMB work on the cost analysis and submit it through the chair for circulation to my colleagues, I'll appreciate that. Also, Attorney James, are you the one tasked with putting together the rules and regulation legislation? What's the timeline in us receiving that legislation?
Yes, sir. Maurice James, yes, sir. That legislation actually is ready. The last place it was at was with the Department of Health, and they submitted their recommendations and suggestions. But at this point, we are ready, in fact, to move forward after the successful passage of this legislation.
Stay positive. Thank you very much. The chair will now recognize Senator Saru. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to cost analysis for a minute, when you have a firefighter that works 2 days and then, of course, they have to do like the hands-on training, like the ride-alongs and stuff, and that's not voluntary. That would be overtime. Have we factored in what that will cost us? What it would look like?
That's for me, Senator.
Somebody.
Oh yes, we have looked at those costs, but we have not established a cost analysis. But we have seen in the strategic hiring plan, overtime with training is part of what we're gonna see the biggest chunk of our overtime when this integration happens. Because the training has to be continuously.
Okay, so we can have unfunded mandates. So is there a rough estimate of what it will cost this government?
A rough estimate, we're going to be using the figures that we got in the finance committee for last year, about the same 1.3, maybe 1.5 for training and overtime. This year we didn't factor in the pandemic and how much people would have been out sick or contaminated, and we had to switch around individuals, so that eat up a lot of our overtime this year, so, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm also concerned, and put on the record, the length of time that this last class is on probation, because we put them through a whole class, they went through a whole graduation, in their uniform, they reported to work, and then you come back and say, hey, you're missing this. No university could give me a degree and then send me out into the workforce and then call me back and tell me, well, this and this and this is the situation. And, you know, so the length of time that this last class is on probation really concerns me, because when they come off of probation, they should be bumped up in their salary, right? Correct? Mr. George, Director George?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Because we hear one story on the Senate side, and on the other side, something about this isn't making sense to me. With the classes, and it goes to the next concern I have. The teachers, you know, you didn't finish a class. You have firefighters that do want to do this, but classes were canceled. I mean, so many things were happening. And I'm really, really concerned, if I'm to be honest, Director George, and just the lack of overall certifications in the fire department, from truck drivers to everything else. So we're talking about people's lives. We just lose a life. I don't even know if the person I was teaching a young man to drive was certified. So, Mr. Dorsey, let me ask you on the union side, explain to me the certification process, because outside of an EMT, this is a first responder job.
Good afternoon, Senator. Within the contract language, we have a French benefits section, and it talks about the levels of training you would need. In the last contract, we took out a lot, and it wasn't this administration, it was the last administration. So your EMT basic is what members are supposed to meet. And as was said, the Department of Health would be the people who would do that training. Of course, over the years, that's been a little back and forth at that level, where that hasn't been happening. So I agree with the director on that particular issue. And then we also have hazardous material technicians. We actually have a team. So every time, for sure, when the Senate is doing something or the governor is doing something, that team would show up. We have EMT paramedics, and the director was right. We have one member who's away, going through the process to get certified for that. The other certifications that we all currently have is we recently went through our basic medical training with the Department of Human Services, where EMS personnel came into the firehouses to recertify all the members, which was really, really good. Take my hat off to management for that. But I do agree with what was said previously in terms of certification. I don't agree that we should put everything in one box. As you know, several years back, when there was a strike, it came from the Department of Health, and then fire, the few members we have who are EMS people actually came to assist the community from that standpoint. So I do believe, and I had this communication with the current commissioner, Ray Martinez for Public Safety, that we should be segregated out. All of us should be trained, cross-trained, because technically when we respond, all three agents are responding, and sometimes some of us can't get there quick enough. So all of us should be cross-trained in the EMS portion of it. So I don't know, I'm not sure why police is not here today, other than saying this is a integration with fire. But the reality is, in terms of application, when we show up to a scene, all of us, the three of us are there at that scene. And the three of us would be a stronger community if the three of us as three agencies staying separate in case there's a hiccup with an agency and in the future over a contract issue, all our eggs is not in one basket, is what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I ask one question? This is Mr. Dorsey talk for 4 minutes, please.
You can go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner Canisius, quickly, the state office of EMS, do you plan to maintain the state office for EMS in the Department of Health, separate from the regulatory office? What's the intentions?
No. The clinical operations is going to revert to, that's the integration piece, and that goes to fire. The regulatory piece maintains, we would maintain. There's one segment right now that the Department of Health, and that's per grant, and that's the pediatric focus. And that, because it's grant focus, will stay in the Department of Health. But besides that, everything else will go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Soro. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question around this, the employees that are found in this situation with the certification. I want to go back to it very quickly. So, Director George, the employees that are currently on probation for the past, 3 years? Mm-hmm. Is that affirmative? Okay, yes, so they're on probation for 3 years. So are they currently represented by the union?
They're not supposed to, but the union went and started collecting money from them.
Okay. So, no, this is not, people snickering, but this is a serious matter. It's a serious matter. It's a serious matter because we spend a lot of time misleading folks who don't really know. And I asked the question for a reason, because an employee who is on probation, who's hired, is not a part of the union until he or she passes probation. Director Springett, OCV, is that an accurate statement?
Senator, you're correct, Senator.
Okay. So that's an accurate statement. And this is why I am having a very hard time with this conversation, because it appears as if the employees who find themselves in this situation, and there's a lot of culpability to go around. Let's just keep it real here. But I don't believe that it's okay for us as leaders in whatever area that we're in, whether it be the union leader, the director of fire, the health commissioner, OCB, etc. It's not okay for us to mislead people, to mislead young people who come into, in this case, the fire department. Okay? So I need to ask Mr. Dorsey, what is his understanding of when a new employee comes into the department, and in this case, it is fire, are you representing them as the union prior to them passing their probationary period?
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you repeat your, I didn't hear the whole thing, sorry. I'm out here where a plane went by and I didn't catch all of
Okay,
it.
you're using up my time, so I understand. I'll repeat it. I said, prior, when a new employee is hired, do you represent them prior to them passing their probationary period?
Yes,
What's your
there's been a-
understanding?
Yes, there's been a change in the law for the 5th time I'm saying this today. The law was changed under former President Trump as relates to unions. When we were at the bargaining table,
Oh, hold up.
our chief negotiator forwarded a document.
No. Mr. Dorsey.
Okay.
You said yes. I don't need to find out about what you at the table. You said yes. You said you represent. The OCB lead said no. I need to know which one it is, because this is exactly why these poor employees are confused, because we ourselves are confused. So let's get it straight today. What is the true answer? I ain't sitting at the bargaining table. I don't know what is what, but we gotta get a true answer. We can't have what we think and what we feel and what we believe, because here it is, you have young men and maybe women that fall in this situation. They're listening to Mr. Dorsey, some listening to OCB. What is the truth? That's the issue. We got to stop this. What is the true answer? Let's get it. Like my colleague to my far right is said. Yeah, so Mr. Dorsey say yes, OCB director said no. Which one it is? We got too much confusion here.
It's no confusion, Senator. As a former labor leader and a former chief negotiator for the fire service union before.
Wait. Director, we have the division of personnel on this call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The appropriate individuals, don't be silent when it's your turn. When it's your turn, we can't accept silence. We need the answers, because it makes us difficult. It makes it difficult for us to make decisions when we get misleading information. So we need to know what the truth is. Which one is it?
Time.
Ms. Hassel?
Oh, you call it? Okay. Good day. As for the division of personnel, I think it's best answered by the chief. However, employees should not be in a union until after they have passed their probationary period.
Mr. Chair, you see what's going on here?
Yes. No.
This is our problem. I don't have any other questions, you know. We need to address this particular issue. And of course, you said it well, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to wrap up. These are two separate issues. The two issues are not the same, but our responsibility is also to make sure that we advocate for all of the citizenry here in the Virgin Islands. So if there's an issue where we have these people bouncing all over, our job is to help them to get the truth. Okay, one person telling me about Trump, the next one, I mean, come on, people. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. We need to resolve this issue.
Thank you very much.
There's a point of inquiry from Senator Francis Heiliger here on the other end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. As you have indicated, there's a lot of culpability to go around here. I've only been in government for 33 years, and first of all, number one, if you're extending people's probationary period, it can only be extended twice. 6 months, an additional 6 months for a whole year, and then a determination needs to be made one way or the other. If it started in 2019, then we're 3 years into this in 2022. After a person have served in a position for a number of time, 1 year after their probation, then you have to make a determination to make them permanent. They could no longer be a temporary employee. So when we talk about culpability, there's a lot here that I don't know, and I hope and trust that there's documentation being maintained along all of these lines of responsibility, because in the absence of that, this litigation, if it's taken to court, will be thrown out. So I'm hoping that there's proper documentation that's maintained all throughout. Again, this is a separate issue, and you know, I really don't want to conflate the issues here before us, because of course, you know, when the time comes, these individuals will then have union representation or legal representation to then defend their issues. But as a government, it's not a good look, and we really need to close the loop on this particular situation, because I see a lot of issues and
Senator
concerns here.
May I clarify something, sir? You said the probationary period is 6 months. Within the collective bargaining agreement of the firefighters, a probationary employee is 1 year, and then you could extend it for another year.
Okay.
In addition,
That's
6 months. It's in their collective bargaining agreement.
Twice. That's exactly what I said. You could extend it. You have to notify them within 6 months. And I don't know of your collective bargaining, but I know of my prior collective bargaining agreements in the police department. You have to notify them within 6 months of your intention to extend it for a different period of time, up to 1 year. It should not go beyond that period of time as well.
Senator Francis, if I may, this is Hassel from Division of Personnel.
Go right ahead.
However, within their job description, it said that they had 18 months to get that ENT. So that alone, that extended it out, and then their probation. So that put a different caveat to the whole probationary period for that set of employees. I just want to put that out there because that's in their job description.
2019 to 2022 is more than 18 months. The assistant director, I also, again, you know, that's well beyond the timeline that had been established, and collective bargaining agreement don't trump law. So that's also an issue here at hand. But again, this is a different conversation. Let's not conflate the issues before us today. All right.
Senator Francis, can you allow Ms. O'Bain, because she would like to say something on this matter, please, and she's our territorial recruitment and classification specialist.
Go right ahead, Ms. O'Bain.
Thank you. According to the employee handbook, it states the maximum probationary period is 12 months. However, the department head may request an extension of the initial period no less than 15 days before expiration, but a request is made in writing to the Director of Personnel. The Director of Personnel will approve the extension of the probationary period requested by the department head up to a total of 24 months from the original date of the appointment. Okay, and that's under Personnel Rules and Regs, Section 452-161, Chapter 25, Title 3.
Point of inquiry.
One second, Senator. So is your personnel book also applicable to collective bargaining agreements, Ms. O'Bain?
This is the employee handbook that is still in existence until the newer rules are actually promulgated by the Department of Justice.
Is it applicable to the Virgin Islands Code, the law, as well as collective bargaining agreements? That's the question.
It should still stand, sir.
Okay.
But that's where Office of Collective Bargaining can also go ahead and put in their 5 cents in on this, sir.
Very well. I'll recognize Senator Heiliger, Francis Heiliger, for her point of inquiry.
Thank you so much. My point of inquiry through the chair is actually to 3 individuals up here. First of all, I just heard about a handbook. And then I also heard about the contract. And then I also heard about union rules being changed federally. Is that accurate? And I'm questioning between the Division of Personnel, has your division does any kind of research to whether corroborate as to what Mr. Dorsey keeps referring to is even in existence or accurate? Or are you just standing based on what you have historically done as opposed to what potentially might have happened based on what he's saying the laws have changed, but we have not acknowledged them or we're not even aware of them? That is where I am needing some clarity, because he's saying one thing, that his union is aware that these laws were changed, but what I'm hearing from personnel is that it should be this way, This is what we've known it to be. And I just need to find out, has anyone verified what he's referencing as to federal laws being changed that will now be applicable to unions and rules here in the territory? Thank you.
Senator Hyland, I think that would be best answered by Chief Springett.
Yep.
Chief Negotiator.
Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. Senator Francis Heiliger, Mr. Dorsey just made reference to laws changed by Trump. What laws? President Trump changed a number of laws. If Mr. Dorsey is going to reference any law, any statute, any rule, he needs to specifically state the bill number, the act number, or whatever he's referencing so that we can address it. But right now, what we're hearing are very, very general statements about laws changing without anything to support it. We're making references to the contract without any specific section. He's the president. He's the chief negotiator for the union. He needs to reference a specific section. Bear in mind that I think that's the question that you asked and one answer to. So I can't respond to, I can't research anything, or neither one of us can research something that we're not specifically clear on what he's speaking about. And as the Senate and as the Vice President, as the chair of this body has stated, of this committee has stated, these are two separate issues. If the union believes that these employees are being treated inappropriately, it has the necessary recourse. If it doesn't believe it has the recourse, it has been speaking with they have been speaking with the employees. The employees can seek recourse as well. This is, I respectfully say that this is not the forum to discuss whether or not a probationary employee is being extended beyond their time illegally or they're being inappropriately dismissed. This is not the time. I strongly urge the committee to focus on this important bill for the community.
Can I respond? This is President Dorsey. My name is being called.
President Dorsey, you may respond quickly, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is President Dorsey. Senator Heiliger, there's several segments of what's being said today and at this time that affects this segment or group of our employees at this time. So I would say, one, yes, there was a change in the law for all unions. The document actually came from the office of OCB. We were at the table. Former chief negotiator Tang Hao sent the document to us. It's just for me to go in the system and probably look for the document. And I also believe, I won't say I believe, our attorney has a copy of the document. We can forward it to you. That's not an issue. The other item, so what I read now, and I didn't know that until everybody started opening their mouth on the government side, that they just didn't do their homework. And you were correct, Senator Heiliger. They are responsible when they come into these positions to do their due diligence to find out what the up-to-date laws are on the books. That's not us. I'm only reacting, Senator, because it's affecting our members. I'm also going to say the Division of Personnel document they were reading from, the document also states that you have to notify 15 days prior to. I know the section. I used it with the last administration to stop a whole class from being put out of the administration for the same reason. Why? Because they went over the probationary period. They went beyond the 2 years with that administration. This administration, the only thing they're saying different is they put in what they're trying to say is a bridge program. But even that wasn't done correctly, because if you're going to do it based on the contract, you still have to notify the union. That never happened. There's no documentation. So I'm just saying to the public, viewing and listening public, the process wasn't done correctly. Fire messed up. I'm just waiting for them to react, and then we'll have a reaction. So we're not worried about that. We will react. But they've just told everybody that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And I think you senators understand that much. These members should have been gone probably from the first, in some cases, 18 months. If the administration wanted to do that because they didn't meet the job spec requirements in the job spec, or after the 1 year, They had the option after 1 year to do it. They didn't do it. So now we're 3 years in. You cannot send them home.
But
That's not how it works.
All right, Mr.
Not because
Dorsey.
you're in charge. That's not how it works.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Dorsey, I want to bring this back to Bill 34-01. So at this time, I'm going to take a 2-minute recess, and when we come back, we'll go to the wrap-up on this bill. The Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services stands at recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess at this time. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for amendments. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-363, an amendment to bill number 34-0101, offered by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 34-0101 is amended in the following instances. A long title of the bill is amended by striking open quote to create a new close quote and inserting open quote to add a unit within the existing Virgin Islands Fire Service for emergency medical services and to amend the structure entitled the close quote. B, section 1 of page 1, line 2 is amended by striking the second occurrence of open quote title 3 close quote. C, section 4, internal section 551 is amended in the section heading on page 2, line 8.
Motion. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move to strike the reading of bill number 34-01.
You said waive?
Waive the reading of bill number 34-0101. I so move.
Motion to waive the reading of the amendment has been properly moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
So move of the amendment, made by Senator Gittin, seconded by Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Gittens, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 34-0101, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapters 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, to create a new Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to provide fire prevention services, fire suppression services, emergency medical services, and for the protection of life and property as amended, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittin, seconded by Senator Carrion and Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
2013, yeah.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro.
Yes.
Senator Janelle K. Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. VLA. Senator Kurt A. VLA absent. Excuse. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent, excused.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0101, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapters 1 and 15, Title 23, Chapter 7, and Title 33, Section 3032, to create a new Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services to provide for fire prevention services, fire suppression services, emergency medical services, and for the protection of life and property, as amended, have been approved by the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services that will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further vetting. Thank you very much. Colleagues, just a quick note in respect to the amendment that was being offered by Senator Gittins. on my behalf on this measure. Again, the amendment limits the number of new positions appointments by striking every reference to the Deputy Emergency Medical Services Chief. It also provides for the submission of the integration plan to the legislature no later than 90 days after passage of the act, and provides protections for transferred employees and eliminates the immediate transfer of employees to the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services by providing that Section 9 transfer of employees take effect 180 days after enactment. Those were some of the measures that were discussed in the working group meetings as we continue to meet with the stakeholders to address all of the concerns that have been raised. As well as today, there were some additional concerns that will be taken under advisement and will be put together after this careful discussion with all of the stakeholders once again, and will be again moved in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I want to thank everyone for their hard work on this particular measure, all of the meetings that we have had, and there's no perfect bill. And this one certainly is not perfect. However, I believe that the tweaking that will continue to be made as we move this bill through the legislature will be for a better community. At this time, I'd like to go to the testifiers and allow them to do a 30 second, I take that back, not 30 minutes, 30-second wrap up. And of course, we'll start what we began today with Attorney Maurice James.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you. And I really want to thank you for the investment of time and energy and effort you put into making it a better bill. We really want to save lives, and that's why we came. And I think that by passage of this bill, we will in fact enhance the level of service that's provided, and we will give opportunities to the many young men and women out there who want to become paramedics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney James. Next, we'll go to Director George.
Good afternoon once again. I want to say thank you to you, Senator Francis, for a great meeting, to all the senators, my colleagues from the administration. I want to say thank you. Everyone has worked very hard for 3 years on this bill, and we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We got some more to go. And with dialogue, true dialogue and fair dialogue, I think we can make it happen. So I thank everyone again and have a blessed one.
Thank you very much, Director George. Mr. Assistant Director Evelyn.
Hi, good afternoon, honorable senators. This shows, demonstrate what true collaboration can bring forth. And we want to continue the collaboration. The real work begins. We have an open door policy, and we're all about, creating a system that can benefit all residents. I'm accessible. You can always call me, provide feedback. But it's a team effort, and we appreciate the efforts thus far, and we're looking forward to more endeavors and more success in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Encarnacion.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, not just for today, but for your continued leadership with the Committee on Health, Hospital, and Human Services. Much appreciated. And I look forward to the next few months working with Director George and the rest of the team, integrating the EMS staff from health to fire. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Next, we'll go to President Dorsey.
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. The unions appreciate the time. I'm definitely sorry my counterpart couldn't get in. But for clarification, you said we had 30 minutes because you had blanked out.
You'll run out that time. Even if I gave you 30 minutes, you'll run out that time, Dorsey. So just take 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Also, just for the record, Senator, we said that when we open up, we did something for the Ukraine people, but also our Assistant Director, Evelyn, lost his mom recently. So we want to say condolences to him from our members and the fire service as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, the Senate President, and all of the senators, we extend our condolences. These are some rough times, and we have seen so many loved ones, going to being called home. So we want to offer our condolences to him under these difficult time of bereavement, and thank you for being steadfast and still being here under those conditions, Mr. Evelyn. Next, we'll go to Chief Negotiator.
Yes, sir. Thank you for voting in favor of improving the lives of those in our community and our visitors. I also thank you for listening to the voice of the customer, those who will be impacted by these improved services. I will continue to work closely with all stakeholders involved in this integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank all those others that that testified or was in support of this measure today or defending the measure. Certainly, it was unfortunate that President Adams, Melbourne Adams Jr. went on the line. He was very much instrumental in a lot of the discussion moving forward. At the end of the day, again, I think it's critical that we all have the same goal at heart, and which is saving life. And certainly, I think that this will position us to do that. So many thanks to all the individuals. Again, it's a complex and charged piece of legislation. We understand that, we get it, and we, at the very least, want to make sure that we're addressing most, if not all, of the concerns that have been raised by the stakeholders. Chief Negotiator, I still want to implore you to do what you can to bring all the unions, of course, certainly to their current status. I know it's a Herculean task, but nonetheless, that's why you're the chief, right? The chief negotiator. So we're relying on you to do that. But more importantly, we want to make sure that the fire department get a seat at the table so that they could continue to do their work that's required of them in this community without having to really be concerned about this issue of union contract agreement. So I want to thank everyone, my colleagues, of course, for today. Before I close off, I wanted to ask the Madam President, who is the bill sponsor on the behalf of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Albert Bryant, if she have anything to say real quickly. I'll allow her to do a 30-second wrap-up as well, and then we'll close off for the day. Donna Fred-Gregory, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think today we sort of veered off from the bill that's before us, and it also showed that there is some work that needs to happen between the fire services, its union, the employees, etc. And it's my fervent hope that we are able to address those issues. A lot of times there's frustration and, management may walk away and not do what they should as it relates to dealing with the issues at hand or the feelings at hand. And I want to take this opportunity to just ask both the union, the leadership, and whomever else, OCB, et cetera, to really give this and give the effort around the latter discussion that we had. As it relates to the legislation, I want to, of course, if I'm going to be straight up and honest about this, Senator Francis, the Vice President, he really was the person that did the work around this. He led the charge with my other colleagues for this particular legislation. I was not so present, but because I am the president of the institution at this time and the bill came down, my name is on it because it came down from the president. So I want to give Senator Francis and my other colleagues, particularly those on the Public Health and Public Safety Subcommittee, kudos in pushing this forward. And I didn't really hear any major amendments, additional amendments that needed to take place, but I urge, the listening audience as well as those that are on the on the meeting today that if there are any additional amendments, let's get it done. We are planning on getting into session on sometime in late March. So let's get it done. We've been at this for quite some time, and you know, the primary concern here is life and safety of our citizenry. So let's just do what we have to do. Let's put our differences aside and do what we have to do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Again, I want to thank all my colleagues for today. I want to thank the central staff, media security, our protocol officer, Ms. Marina Picard. Thank you so much for today. My staff, oh my gosh, my staff. You know, I want to thank you for your work and your continued deliberation on a lot of these measures. You know, I rely heavily on my staff to make these things happen, and I certainly appreciate the work that you continue to produce on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much to everyone. The Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services of March 9th, 2022 is hereby adjourned. God bless. And again, happy Women's History Month. Happy Virgin Islands History Month. Get home safely. And continue to pray for the people of Ukraine as they continue to go through these difficulties. And we're seeing our COVID numbers going down. You know, so it's a good time for the Virgin Islands. And I just want to thank you for everything that you have done to continue to be patient with this government. Thank you very much. And the Committee of Health, Hospital, and Human Services is hereby adjourned. God bless.